reality.
Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on a wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beast Reality Christmas, baby.
Fuck a chestnut, I'll be roasting the split. Baby, bend over for your favorite gift. I'ma give you my North Pole like you Mrs. Claus. We can decorate the tree with your big red drawers.
Oh yeah, you know my workshop poppin'. If you like toys, I got plenty of options. Got the champagne flowing under the mistletoe, and the party ain't stopping till 6 in the morning.
Yeah, or maybe like 6:15. Got my eyes so red cause I'm smoking that green. I'm getting hungry, got the munchies, so I'm eating a treat. It's delicious in the great source of vitamin C.
Happy birthday, Jesus. Thanks for giving us a reason to party. Let's get it started. Yeah, Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on a wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beast Reality Christmas.
Yeah, my Santa Claus dressed like Eddie Murphy and Raw. Let me stuff that turkey, swallow my cranberry sauce. Take a ride in a sleigh, puffin' Christmas tree. Cheetah, Chief and Chiba, then he passed it to me. Left a whole pound of cookies on the plate with a drink. Come in my house unannounced, my fireplace bring heat. All the gifts wrapped up under the tree looking pretty. Here's my dick in the box, show me some mistletoe titty. Baby, it's cold outside, let's go put on some pajamas so we can pack a few bags. They go hit the Bahamas, you my ho-ho-ho, and I'm your candy cane. With my elves and my reindeer doing my thing, Beast Reality.
Happy birthday, Jesus. Thanks for giving us a reason to party. Let's get it started. Yeah, Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on a wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beast Reality Christmas, baby.
Jingle all the fucking way.
Ho, ho, ho's. Beast Reality.
Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on a wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beast Reality Christmas, baby.
Fuck a chestnut, I'll be roasting the split. Baby, bend over for your favorite gift. I'ma give you my North Pole like you Mrs. Claus. We can decorate the tree with your big red drawers.
Oh yeah, you know my workshop poppin'. If you like toys, I got plenty of options. Got the champagne flowing under the mistletoe, and the party ain't stopping till 6 in the morning.
Yeah, or maybe like 6:15. Got my eyes so red cause I'm smoking that green. I'm getting hungry, got the munchies, so I'm eating a treat. It's delicious in the great source of vitamin C.
Happy birthday, Jesus. Thanks for giving us a reason to party. Let's get it started. Yeah, Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on a wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna touch the beat. We doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a Beast Reality Christmas.
Yeah, my Santa Claus dressed like Eddie Murphy and Raw. Let me stuff that turkey, swallow my cranberry sauce. Take a ride in a sleigh, puffin' Christmas tree. Cheetah, Chief and Chiba, then he passed it to me. Left a whole pound of cookies on the plate with a drink. Come in my house unannounced, my fireplace bring heat. All the gifts wrapped up under the tree looking pretty. Here's my dick in the box, show me some mistletoe titty. Baby, it's cold outside, let's go put on some pajamas so we can pack a few bags. They go hit the Bahamas, you my ho-ho-ho, and I'm your candy cane. With my elves and my reindeer doing my thing, Beast Reality.
Happy birthday, Jesus. Thanks for giving us a reason to party. Let's get it started. Yeah, Merry motherfucking Christmas from Beast Reality. All these ho-ho-hos tryna get with me. We on a wish list, and it's clear to see you ain't had a holiday like like this. Merry motherfucking Christmas from this reality. All these ho-ho-hos trying to touch the beat. You doing sick shit like you wouldn't believe. It's a bitch reality Christmas, baby.
Jingle all the fucking way.
Ho, ho, hoes!
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, Hustler Muscular in the building once again, aka H&M, dropping gems, stomping hard in a pair of Timbs. Coming at you live for one last stream before we say goodbye to the year 2023. So come on, join your boy this morning. We know times talking to y'all is never boring, and let's keep this thing soaring. Yeah, my last stream before I say goodbye to the year 2023. If any of y'all want to join me, feel free to do so. Feel free to come on the panel and let's talk about today's topic. But before we get into the topic, I want to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I hope everybody out there had a wonderful holiday season. Man, it was pretty decent. Didn't do too much, but I hope everybody was safe out there during this holiday season. Yeah, this is my last stream before we enter into 2024, and we're gonna enter it in style. But before I get into that, I just want to say, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Here's the link to my Instagram. So yeah, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, because this kind of therapy is just what the doctor prescribed. Yeah. And here's the link to my Cash App if anybody want to drop some donations. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, but I'm saying it'd be much appreciated if you can. And my rule is keep all foul language and nasty words at a minimum. And don't worry about monetization or anything like that, because on my channel, I'm just doing this for the entertainment and for the educational aspect. So yeah, keep foul language and nasty words at a minimum on my channel. That's my golden rule. But yeah, hope everybody had a good holiday season. Like, comment, and subscribe. Here's information to my Cash App. And now let's get into today's topic. Today's topic is settling. What does it mean to settle? And who has a tendency to settle more, men or women? Now, let me define what it means to actually settle. Now, my definition of settling can be done. In my definition of settling, it has two meanings. The first kind of settle is when you settle for the person who's the best out of your options. Meaning you got other people to choose from. You've dealt with different people, different type, different size, different races, whatever. But out of those options, this person or that person, male or female, is the best of those options. So to me, that's the good kind of settling. You're taking the guy you're taking a man or the woman who's the best out of all the people you've dated, because he's more on your level, you have more in common, and this person actually genuinely respects and honors you. That's what you call the good settling. And then you have the bad settling. The bad settling is when you have people to choose from, but they're no good. They're not sure you find attractive, but they're not reliable. They're not traditional minded. They're not relationship qualified, but you still find them attractive. You're tired of being single. You don't want to be all by yourself in this cold, cruel world. So what do? Just pick somebody, anybody out of the bunch. The bad kind of settling would be a woman settling for a man, taking a man that she knew damn well when she was younger she would never want to be in a relationship with. Or she saw him walking down the street by himself, he would never holler at this man, but is only accepting him because maybe some friends introduced him to her, and now she tired of being single. She just want to take this man for what he's worth. That's the bad kind of settling. Of all the people you have to choose from, you're taking this person mainly because you feel like you can't do any better. You just want somebody. You're desperate for companionship, desperate for a relationship. So I guess even people that you consider beneath you will just have to do. And when I say beneath you, I'm talking about someone who may have the financial stability and the reliability, but they're not that attractive. You don't find them attractive. They're like average to below average in the looks department, and you're just taking them because you can't get anybody else. That's the bad kind of settling. That'll be like me taking an unattractive woman as my girlfriend and possible wife because all the hot chicks that I do find attractive, they want shit to do with me, or they had their fun and now we're moving on to other people. That's what you call the bad settling. So those are the two definitions of settling. There's taking the best of the bunch, because that's more on your level, or taking the worst of the bunch because you can't do any better. Both of these are forms of settling. Of course, the latter is never healthy. Nobody should ever settle for someone just because they don't want to be single and by themselves for the rest of their lives. Because again, I've heard stories of women who claim that they just settle for their husbands or their boyfriends or husbands because all the men that they had fun with when they were younger have their fun and moved on to bigger and better things, aka other women, played the field and played them. So now they'll just settle for the men that they did not want when they were younger, just so they can say that they have somebody. They're tired of being single. They're tired of, tired of going through life, watching people get married. So they'll just take anybody. Plus, they need the financial security. They need somebody to be with. They need a man in their lives, and they need some penis in their lives. So I guess the first piece of penis that they see, they'll take it. Yeah, that's what you call the bad kind of settling, and that's not a good thing. And the same thing goes for men. You got men who are sick and tired of being single. They're sure they're on their purpose, on the grind, know what they want. They're at their prime of their youth or whatever, at 30 or whatever. But they find out that a lot of women in their age range got kids, been ran through, and they're not the bombshells they were when they were younger. It's like men who are older don't have a lot to choose from either. Men who are older only got baby mamas to choose from, 3 or 4s that run the streets or used to run the streets and now they're ready to settle. That's all men have to really choose from. All of y'all don't act like this, but enough of y'all do. A prime example of a man settling would be a man over 30 years old, successful, single, no kids. And out of all the women he's been with, he takes a single mother of 5 kids and just says, you know what, fuck it. I'm tired of being single. This is modern dating now. I'm just going to take a woman for what she's worth. At 35 years old, this woman probably can't give me kids anyway. I'm just going to take whatever kid she has. Again, that's a bad kind of settling. You're taking a woman who's essentially beneath you because she was irresponsible with her goddamn womb, having kids by other men that she's not even with, or another man that she's not even with. Now, I'm not trying to say all single moms are bad. Don't get me wrong, but let's face it. You can't look at a single mother the same way you would look at a childless woman. I mean, again, don't get me wrong. Neither is more dateable than the other. You got women out here who don't have kids and they're often no better than these single moms. They just hold more value because they're childless. Childless women tend to hold a bit more value compared to the females out here who have kids all over the goddamn place. And for a man to just accept that, he's settling in the worst way possible. So if you're a man and you're decide you want to marry a single mom, you're settling in the worst way possible, because nowadays there are no benefits towards being a stepdaddy. There are no benefits to trying to father kids that are not even yours biologically. They belong to some other man. Number one, you're not going to be the top priority in the household. 2, you have no authority over the kids or the woman himself. And 3, if the baby father does get involved, that's going to make things crazier. So yes, you are settling in a bad way because you're dealing with it because you feel like you can't do any better. You feel like a single mom with 5 kids is the best you can do. The same way women feel like, well, perhaps the guy that's on drugs, running the streets, playing the field, got kids everywhere, is the best she can do. So I don't believe people should just settle in that manner. Settling should be done the correct way. And that means, like I said, choosing the best out of your options. It's time to settle down with the good guy. And when I say settle with the good guy or good person, I'm talking about you choose that person from the beginning. You choose that person right from the get-go. What women do today is that they have fun with Chad and Tyrone. They have fun with these Pookies and Ray Rays. And after being ran through and pumped and dumped, now they want to settle for the good man. Ain't that about some shit? Okay, shout out to Dating, Marriages, and Support. Nice to see y'all. Thanks for stopping by my channel. And Nightbot, they're cool people. Nightbot, don't be acting a fool today, okay? We're going to 2024 in style, so don't be acting a fool today, okay, Nightbot? Otherwise, I will ban you from this panel again. Just saying. Anyway, Sir James, Lady Dad, thanks for stopping by. I'll drop the link soon so y'all can give y'all take on this whole thing. But we're talking about settling. Who does it more, men or women? But like I said, your Nightbot be acting a fool, so please forgive me. But like I said, the good kind of settling is when you accept the person who's good for you from the get-go. Y'all come together, y'all build together. Of all the people you dealt with in the past, he or she is the best of the bunch. Kind of like you, Sir James and Lady Di. I guess when y'all found each other back in the day, however long it's been, y'all realize y'all were the best of all the people y'all dated separately. Y'all were the best of the bunch. So y'all came together. That's what y'all did. But what are people doing nowadays? Dating, left and right, up and down. They come to the conclusion that they can't do any better, so they just take whatever bottom of the barrel they can find. You got men who will settle for single mothers. I mean, again, nothing against single mothers, don't get me wrong. Nightbot, what the fuck did I just say? Give it a rest already. Nightbot, don't maybe kick you out. Let Lady Di and Sir James come up here. Ugh. You know what? Since Nightbot want to act a fool today, I'm gonna drop the link right now and let y'all come up here and speak your piece on this whole thing. Because Nightbot just being an asshole. Talking about you're the missing link. But anyways, like I was saying, I forgot what the fuck. Okay. I was talking about settling in the good ways when y'all come together from the beginning and decide to build something together. Settling in a bad way means you can't do any better. You're a man settling for a single mother with 5 kids because you don't want to be single. You don't want to be alone. You're tired of going through life not having anybody. And most people your age, 30 and up, already got kids. So you're like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to take this single mom for whatever she's worth and deal with it. That's the horrible settling. And same thing with the ladies, settling for the men that they know they would never date when they were younger, hotter, sexier, and childless. Seriously, that's something you got to think about too. These single mothers will get with men that they know 10 years ago they would never get the time of day to. But now they got kids, they need some financial stability, they need some security, so they're settling in a bad way. They'll get with this guy just because he's got something going for himself, but does she really love him? Probably not. She just looking for financial security and maybe whatever sexual satisfaction he can give her. And that's it. Just to say she got somebody. It's a crying shame, but that's what they're doing. That's what the hell people are doing out here. So yeah, it's settling. If settling goes wrong, the whole relationship is going to go wrong. And I think we see more of that today than we did back in the day. We see more of the latter settling than the former settling, because settling done right is when you choose somebody that's the best out of the bunch. You met someone, y'all have something in common, you fall in love, yada yada yada, y'all get married, start your own family. That's the way it's supposed to be. But what people are doing nowadays is having fun all throughout their 20s and youth or whatever. You know, focusing on careers and education, and then later on want to just settle just for the simple fact that they're tired of being single, they're tired of being alone, they're tired of going to bed horny and bored with no one to satisfy their desires, so they just take anybody. And the funny thing is, when you're older, it's like your dating standards have to change up a little bit, because you can't demand the same things in your 30s and 40s that you demanded in your 20s. Think about this. As a 39-year-old grown man, if I'm going to date somebody or settle for somebody in my age range, you know, I can't demand youth. I can't demand fertility. And I can't demand, and well, I'm gonna get the beauty because you can look beautiful at any age, but youth and fertility, I can't be demanding on that. Why? Because most females my age don't have any of that. It's been said that women over 35 are not fertile, so they can't give you kids. So you may have to settle for the female that's not going to have a lot of youth, is going to have some beauty, but not a lot. But she's not going to have any fertility. So she either one, can't give you kids, or two, she already got kids. So now we have to change our dating stance the older we get. It sucks, but that's what it seems like people have to do now. And since society is against older men wanting younger women, that's what's going to happen if we decide to date in our age range. At 39 years old, I don't want a young woman. I don't want a woman that's energetic and fertile. I'll take an old hag that can't do nothing for me outside because outside of sex, because she can't have kids. I'll take an old hag that can't do nothing. That's basically build herself up, been through some stuff, experienced some stuff. So there's nothing for us to really experience together. So yeah, you want older people to settle. That's what they're going to have to endure. Bottom line, point and simple. That's what they're going to have to endure. Now, I have no problem with older men settling for younger women. I mean, you date whoever you want to date. It's your prerogative. But all this shame that we have to endure because we want somebody younger, it's just nonsense. I mean, nobody complains when these older women get with younger men. You're going to shame one side, shame the other side. Why make it one-sided? Why I got to date within my own age range, but y'all ladies can date whoever the hell y'all want to date? That's not fair. So no, that's the way it's going to have to be if you want older gentlemen to settle for women their own age. That's the way it's going to have to be. Okay, the link is in the description. Anybody want to come up and talk about this? We're talking about settling. What does it mean? And who does it more, men or women? Thank you. All right, there's the link. Anybody want to come up? And shout out to Dating and Marriages and Support for stopping by on this New Year's Day. How was y'all holiday, by the way, if you don't mind my asking? And Nightbot, I think I'll put you in timeout for right now because you're just full of shit. Anyways, the link is in the description. Anybody want to come up and talk about this? Let's talk about this. But yeah, settling is not so much a bad thing as long as it's done correctly. I said, you're going to settle for somebody, settle for someone who's the best in the bunch, not someone who's the worst of the worst. And you're just taking that person because you can't do any better. You got story after story of men and women who just settle. You got men marrying women who are basically for the streets because they feel like, well, that they can't do any better. And I saw a video of a woman who was basically saying that men who want women who are young, fertile, and childless is unrealistic because they're not going to find that in this day and age. To a degree, she may be right, but it's unrealistic for one simple reason. The reason why a man wanting a woman who's fit, feminine, friendly, young, hotter, sexy, and childless is unrealistic is because that's how society has set it up to be. Society has set it up to where you're not going to find that in today's dating market. Most females in their early to mid 20s and 30s already got kids, already went through their party phase, or are currently going through it. So you're not going to find that in today's age. This in turn forces men to just accept the reality and just settle for whatever is out there, even if they bottom of the barrel. Again, either she's a single mom with 3 kids. That's all that's out there, forcing you to just settle for her because you're tired of being single and by yourself. So yeah, ain't nothing wrong with a man wanting that, but it's going to come off as unrealistic because society is conditioned to where it's just not a high number of those women anymore. That's kind of like going to a used car dealership asking for a brand new car. You know you're not going to find that in that kind of setting. Or going to a junkyard telling you want a brand new car. You know you're not going to find that in that setting. It just ain't gonna happen. No, it just ain't gonna happen. It's just not. But I will say this though. There are some women out here who are young, hot, sexy, and childless, noble, and don't be running the streets. But I think as men, we're just sick and tired of searching, and we're sick and tired of the risks that come with trying to search. Thanks to this stuff, believe all women bullshit. Thanks to all this believe all women bullshit. Not only is online dating complicated, but trying to organically date is just as complicated. You could be accused of harassment just for even looking in a woman's direction. So that's gonna fuck up the dating market for both men and for women. It's fucking up for men because men can't even approach women in open spaces without looking like they're harassing them, making them uncomfortable. It's easy to get falsely accused of something. And it's bad for women because a few women out here who don't have ill intent are gonna be looked at as suspect. Just knowing that you have the ability to do that is enough to make me scared. You might not get me in trouble with the law, but just knowing that you have the ability to do that, that's scary in and of itself. That right there is scary in and of itself. So what are men just gonna do? What are people just gonna do? They're just gonna settle in the bad way because dating is not what it used to be. Romance is damn near dead, so they'll take anything to uphold some sort of, I don't know, obligation. Like, hey, you want to do right by the Lord, get married and start a family. So you'll just marry anybody out there just so you can say you have somebody. You're tired of being single, so you'll just settle. That's the worst way to settle. That's not a good way to settle. No. But that's just my take on the whole settling aspect. I don't believe anybody should settle in the worst way possible. If you're going to settle, it needs to be done the right way. Bottom line, point blank and simple. Settling for the best option, the best of the bunch is okay. But settling for bottom of the barrel because you have nobody else to choose from or you feel like you just can't do any better, that's not good. I'm sorry, y'all, but that's just not good. You can't do it like that. No. But that's my take on the whole settling thing. And by the way, Lady Di, Sir James, whoever, if y'all still back there, feel free to come up and chop it up with your boy on this New Year's Eve morning. The link is in the description. Don't mind my night bot. He's full of shit. That's why I have to put him in timeout. So if y'all still back there, feel free to chop it up with your boy. And shout out to you for joining me on this New Year's Eve morning. Yeah, this is my last and final stream before the new year kicks in. I want to take it up in style. Okay, we're at the 30-minute marker. And since nobody's coming up right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a brief stream break while I get everything set up. I'll be right back. Feel free to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit me up on Instagram and donate to my Cash App. Okay, I'm back. Oh, shout out to cynical, unpredictable, always at your pentacle.
It's so important for blackness.
Oh yeah, shout out to cynical, always shout out to cynical, unpredictable. The girl's always at her pentacle. Nice to see you again. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you, cynical one. Thank you for joining me. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Dating to marriage support. Hopefully y'all come back soon before the stream is over with. Be nice to chop it up with you guys once again. This time on my panel in my house. Yeah. All right. Now let's get into our first video to bring this new year to an end. Best believe we are going to hold on a second. All right. All right. Hold on a second. Yeah, so if anybody want to come up here and chop it up with your boy, link is in the description below. This will be my final stream before we say goodbye to the year 2023. So yeah, it's New Year's Eve. You can best believe in the year 2024, we will succeed. Yeah, baby. Yes, I'm aware it's a little early, so a lot of people may not be wide awake, but that's okay. I'm still going to give y'all a pretty good show. Hold on. That's the information to my Cash App for those y'all that want to know. And here's information to my my Instagram. There's my Instagram information if y'all interested in that. But yeah, let's get back into the topic at hand. Let's get into our first video of the day. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, shout out to the Media Man for this one. The Media Man says, Fox Soul Queen tells black women not to settle. Who's actually settling? Okay, let's hear what he has to say. Let's hear what they have to say. Oh, look, Claudia Johnson, Vivica A. Fox, Lisa Ray McCoy, and Selena Johnson. This looks familiar, but let's see what these ladies have to say in terms of settling. Okay, fair use, fair use, fair use. But wait, hold on. You know, just to be on the safe side, I gotta display this because YouTube be on that bullshit. So let's display this real quick. All right, here we go. Fair use.
Meant to not settle.
Don't settle. You don't have to. If someone don't get you, to hell with them. And I mean that.
You think that you're perfect when the market is telling you, hey, something is up. Something needs to change. What are you going to do about it? And our women's answer.
Well, she makes a good point. We're not settling. We're not just taking whatever. We're not taking the women who wasted the best years of their lives doing whatever. Now that they're older and been ran through, now they want the good man to come after them. Okay, so that's not what we're doing. But hey, let's continue. Let's see what they have to say. Fair use.
Answer is nothing. And that's insane to me.
Smile now, nobody, 'cause I don't want to hurt nobody.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Important for Black women to not settle.
Because we have it the hardest out of everybody. We have double minorities.
You have it the hardest out of everybody. Hardest in what exactly? Dating? It's beautiful ladies. I'm pretty sure you got men that are just itching to be with y'all, that find y'all physically attractive, especially when you were younger. So I don't get this whole women have it harder when it comes to dating. Dating kind of works more in their face. It's the men who struggle the most with it because but then again, think of it like this, I guess, because the only thing a woman got to do is go outside, look sexy, boom, just like that. Men automatically decide they want to have sex with her. They automatically become attracted to her. If that's what she's talking about, but on the contrary, it's hard to find a quality man. It's hard to find a man that doesn't want her for anything outside of sex. That's where the real work comes in, trying to keep that man. If that's what she's referring to, then yeah, they got it bad in that department. But as far as having options with men compared to women having options, men having options with women, no, they don't have it that difficult. It's us men who struggle because only a select few of women will find us men, especially average men, attractive. It ain't like I could just walk out my house in some nice clothes and have women lined up wanting to be with me. I don't have it like that. A lot of us don't. Yes, we men got options just for the simple fact that y'all women exist. We don't have nobody to choose from as far as quality women and or women who we want to actually sleep with, that will actually sleep with us. We don't have it like that compared to y'all ladies. There's no getting around that. So both men and women struggle with dating, in my opinion, but they struggle in different ways. That's all I'm saying. Okay, fair use.
Status. And you do twice the work, half the pay, half the respect. So, damn it.
So Claudia Jordan is basically saying that Black women do twice the work, half the pay, half the respect, so on and so on. We've heard these terms before. I don't know why Black women like to victimize themselves in these types of situations. I don't understand it. It's this victim culture that some of our women just lean into to make it seem like they have it so bad. But then when you talk to them, they swear that they're getting money. It's a huge contradiction.
What do you think the challenge is?
Wow, that's pretty deep. They always want to play victim. That's one thing I noticed about our Black women for years. They always want to play victim when shit don't go right. That's all that really is. This one says, there's not enough eligible Black males who fit the needs of Black women. And by eligible Black males, you mean men that y'all ladies find physically and sexually attractive. And by that, you mean the men that y'all would definitely give the time of day to. Because there's plenty of men for y'all to choose from, but y'all keep choosing the wrong ones and falling in love with them. And here's the thing. Now, I know what y'all thinking. Don't men choose incorrectly when it comes to women? Well, yes, we do. There are two ways for men to choose wisely when it comes to relationships. Number one, if you're looking for a traditional relationship, then you choose a traditional minded woman. You choose the church woman. You choose a woman that's always, try to be the best version of herself and doesn't need validation from other people. Or two, If you're looking for an F girl or friends with benefits or just a slight hookup, then you deal with the females that are running the streets or just want to be free spirits. That's two ways to choose wisely. And what irks me is how men choose 304s to fall in love with and then complain later on. And by the same token, women choosing to date Pookies and Ray Rays, knowing that they're abusive, knowing they're disrespectful, and then want to complain later on and play victim. That's what irks me about the whole thing. But anyway, let's hear what she has to say. Fair use.
Is that women are having, Black women in particular, when it comes to becoming a wife.
Keeping it 100,
yes,
there's not enough eligible Black males who fit the needs of Black women. By the time you dissect the demographics of finances, sexual orientation, what you end up drilling down into, because Black women tend to want to marry Black men.
Right.
So Black women are excelling. They're getting accelerated degrees, graduate degrees, doctorate degrees. They're starting businesses.
Exactly. Choosing career over marriages. Back in the day, women did these things, but they prioritized starting a family and let the man do all the heavy duty working and taking care of the house while they stay home, take care of the house. But now women are allowed to basically do the same stuff that men are doing. So it's almost like an equal partnership. So it leaves them no room to actually settle and be in a relationship with a good man. They practically want to be like men at this point. They think they are men at this point. That's what all went wrong. But fair use.
Black women are running circles around men. Women want to marry.
Running circles around men, meaning outdoing them in terms of damn near everything, or at the very least trying to outdo them in everything. And no man wants to settle for a woman that's basically busted her ass in the same manner. Why? Because women who work so goddamn hard like a man does is not going to be able to put herself in a position to be a submissive, cooperative, feminine, respectable wife. That's the bottom line. You can't do that. If you're working, I'm working, we're practically co-owners of a household. Instead of me being the head of the household, you're a co-owner of the household just like I am. That's more of a partnership than it is a marriage. No, that's not going to work. You start sacrificing your femininity so you can work like a man. You're setting yourself up to where you're not going to be eligible for a wife, bottom line. But anyways, fair use.
On their same level of financial and educational status.
Yeah.
So if you're a Black woman making $150,000 a year with a master's degree, you tend to want to marry a Black man on that same level or higher. If Black women are excelling at such an accelerated rate, how do men keep up with that?
So many Black men in the comment section saying, oh, you have all these high demands, but what do you bring to the table? Good question. Studies have shown that Black women are the highest paid and the most educated. I myself graduated with my associate's degree at 18 and graduated from college with my bachelor's at 20 with a degree in communication sciences with an emphasis in speech and language pathology.
Yeah, good to know.
I live on my own, have my own car, make about $70,000 a year, and don't have any kids.
Well, at least you don't have kids. This says demanding more but offering nothing. Okay, so clearly this young lady built herself up financially and career-wise, but okay, is she got to make a good wife for a man? That is yet to be determined. And I'm not saying that females who are independent and got their own shit together are not eligible. It's the attitude and the mindset behind said women. Because seriously, you got females that haven't done half the work she's done, and they're no more qualified to be wives, honestly. So it's a mindset thing. So whether or not she's eligible, that's a matter of opinion. Clearly, she's been focusing on her education. Now that begs the question, how old is she currently? At 18, got a associate's. At 20, got a bachelor's degree. So yeah, so she spent the last 3 years focusing on a career. And I think she said she has her own house and stuff like that. Yeah. Let's see what else she has to say.
I'll never ask for what I can't offer. And as far as what I'm bringing to the table, I bring me, and you can't sit with us.
You bring you to the table. Wrong answer, sweetheart. Wrong answer. Wrong fucking answer. If you can't bring peace of mind, cooperation to the table, then I wouldn't want to sit at that goddamn table to begin with. I shouldn't be sitting at that table either. I shouldn't be sitting there. Bottom line. It's a table I sure don't want to eat off of, let alone sit at. But it is what it is. Anyways, fair use.
Doing so much better than black men. But then you say that, well, we're not doing that good because we're black women. Let's continue.
We deserve to not have to settle. And I know it seems like it's like easier sometimes, like, well, you know, statistics always tell us only 35% of women, black women, will get married.
I had to put that in there. She said 35%.
35%.
It's currently only 27%.
35%. Well, make that 27%. %27 married. I can't see the number over here.
Put that in there. She said
35% of women.
It said 27% of black women married. Over here on this right, on the far right hand side, it says like 68% never married. So goddamn, it's 33% men married, 52% never married. And this one said just black, 30% married, 50% never married. So I guess the bottom line is this: it's way more black people in our community who have never been married, and way less married black people. But I guess the number of married men somehow outnumbers the number of married women. And there's way more single men out there than it is single women. I mean, it's way more single women out here than it is single men. Overall, the United States have a 48% married rate and a 34% never married rate. Wow. And that's just the overall United States. But anyways, fair use.
I mean, black women will get married.
I had to put that in there. She said 35%. It's currently only 27% black women married. 1 in 4 black women will ever marry. And it's just funny throughout this whole video, what you guys will notice is that nobody mentioned anything about, well, if the market is deciding and the market is deciding not to move forward with black women in regards to marriage, what do black women need to do to change their ethnic image to be more attractive to not just black men, to all men? None of these women said anything about improving attitudes, losing weight. None of this stuff was ever mentioned. And
you know why? Because women feel like they don't have to change. That's because women don't feel like they have to change. Simple. Women feel like they're a perfect 10. They don't have to change anything about their damn selves. It's the men that's got to get on their goddamn level. The women are not going to budge. The man is always the one forced to step up. It's always the men that's got to step up. Okay, Cynical One says, I'm busy, but I'm watching from the clouds. I just went to the grocery store. Well, give me some food while you're at it. Anyways, the women, they had nothing to say mainly because they feel like they don't have to change anything about themselves. There's nothing to change. It's the men that's always got to step up. It's the men that's got to get on their level. Well, I've said this before time and time again. As men, we don't have the fucking time or patience to compete with women. Why can't men and women just build something together instead of trying to compete and see who can build the fastest or build the best house or build the best this, that, and the third? What the fuck is wrong with our world today? It's bad enough y'all ladies want to compete with each other, but now you want to come into a man's world and compete with the man? Bullshit. I mean, as men, we have a hard enough time competing with each other. So damn, why add to the competition? Why not be the pillow we can lay on? Why not be the peace of mind we need when it's time to stop being competitive and rough all the goddamn time? Why can't y'all do that for us every now and then? Seriously, what the hell? It's getting too crazy, man. Oh God. It's just really crazy.
Happy
what's
New
up?
Year.
Oh, Happy New Year. Mela, I got something to tell you. Make me your number one fella.
I like that. Now, what is it that you want women to do?
Excuse me?
I was listening to you before you let me on. You were saying, why can't women do this, that, and the other? I missed some of it. What is it that you want?
Oh, no. The guy in the video was talking about how what women can do to improve their image to become more marriage-minded and attracted to not only black men, but men of all races. The women had no answer. And my answer and my response to that was because a lot of our women feel like they're perfect 10. They don't need to improve anything. It's the men that's got to compete with them. Why everything got to be a goddamn competition?
Yeah. I mean, for men and women to treat one another like opponents is appalling. We're not supposed to be opponents. You know, your opponent is someone you intend to slaughter. So, you know, like for myself, when I think of an opponent, it's someone that I have contempt for. It's someone that I don't wish well for. And when you treat someone that you're supposed to pair bond with as an opponent, you don't mean them any damn good. You know, that standoffish, defensive, practicing defensive mechanisms and being standoffish is it's not gonna amount to much. It really isn't. Like say myself, if I go into a relationship knowing that I'm still bitter from the previous relationship, I don't mean that individual any damn good. I'm just trapping them to torture them, basically. And vice versa. Men, if a man has experienced, the epitome of disappointments and betrayal in a previous relationship, they're going to go into the next relationship with some unresolved contempt. So everybody has to resolve their issues before they pair up with somebody, because they don't deserve your resentment and your perception of them as a opponent.
Yeah, makes plenty of sense. But like I said, as a woman, you should be a man's shoulder to crown, pillow to lean on, peace of mind when he comes.
Now, wait a minute. Now, I'm glad you said that, because okay. There's a reason why counselors, therapists, there's a reason why they have this formal training, because they are taught how to decompress from all that negativity that they receive in their ear. Like a lot of people, depending on their nature and how they're made up emotionally, they can't absorb all that spewing in a healthy way. There are some people that just can't absorb that, crying on their shoulder all the time. Like it really depletes their sense of joy. And it takes training to know how to decompress from hearing somebody's quote unquote sob stories all the time. So if you want your woman to encompass the attributes of being able to absorb complaints and just just off the wall comments, like say for instance, you're driving on a road trip, and you have the personality type. I'm not saying that you do. This is just an example, because I know somebody like this.
Okay.
that guy has the personality type that just cusses out every driver that irks him, right? Like, you stupid MF, and see this how
Yeah, I've
this
seen
what
that before.
that
But
type of
yeah,
stuff, right? There are
I've
certain
seen that before.
people that can't absorb and decompress from hearing that. You see what I'm saying? Like there are certain
Uh-huh.
people, you have to be the type of person. See, it's not just about being a good listener. You have to know how to actually uh use certain tools to not absorb it, because see, that person loves you, right? They love you, they care about your peace and serenity, and they want the best for you. And here it is, you're just flying off the handle, and because they are not aware of how to compartmentalize it, it can fuck them up. So you have to know. So when if you want a woman that knows how to do that, you have to make that clear when you all get together. Like, look, I'm a hothead when I drive. Are you the type of person that can listen to me just banter off
Oh boy.
and not, absorb it to where it just makes you a damn nervous wreck,
I
because some
see what
people
you're
can't do
saying.
that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm not asking to be the shoulder to crown to some maniac that can't control his goddamn road rage. Hell no, no. Mm-mm. I'm not asking to cater to somebody like that. I mean, somebody who's sensible and got
But there,
common decency. I don't
but the,
think one outburst is going to cause you to not feel sympathy. But if he just is on a regular, I
yeah, if
had a
he's just
female
a,
tell me that one day. I had a
mhm.
female tell me something like that. Like, if we go driving together, remember, I got a mouth. I will talk shit to other drivers. So hope you know how to fight. Well, chick, you ain't ran with my ass ever.
That's terrible. And that's what I was going to say. Women can be like that too. There are women that's like, well, I got a sassy mouth, and it's like there are men that just can't tolerate that, and you have to know what type of man you are, and no matter how gorgeous she is, no matter how she looks good, smells good, feels good, cooks good, you gotta be willing to ask yourself, can you tolerate it? You know? And I think a
Yeah.
lot of men, they don't take into consideration how a woman's attitude can override her sexiness. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh my gosh, she's so sexy, and everything's right about her, except she's got this one thing. She's sassy in the mouth, and I'm not really in favor of that. You got to ask yourself, are you willing to do that? Are you willing to deal with that?
Well, that depends.
Because
Because
more than likely, she's not going to change.
I don't mind a female with a bit of a mouth. Just be respectful with that mouth. That's all I'm asking. I mean, come on, you got a mouth on you too. So hey, I can talk shit to you and then make peace at the end of the day. So that's the most I can tolerate. Be respectful with your trash talking. I'll talk shit every now and then. I'm respectable with it.
Well, that's cool if that's you all's thing, but if like, say for instance, one of you starts it, right? Say one of you throws some type of dig or zinger at the other person, and instead of getting offended, which is their nature to do, because they want you so bad, they'll play it off, and then they'll compete with, you know, talking back. And then next thing you know, you all have this thing where you all are, just teasing each other, when that's not really what the other person was about. They just wanted to be with you, so they just adjusted their personality. And here it is, years later, they realize that they compromised who they were just to be with you. And then next thing you know, you're not happy together, because they realize it's like, damn, you know, I've just been trying to get along with how your personality is instead of really being true to myself, because I believe that you are the one that wouldn't change. So I had to be the one to change. And then they wake up one day and they realize I'm tired of not being myself. Like, you know how there are couples that tease each other, like in those TV sitcoms, like
Yep.
say George and Louise Jefferson, right? They
Uh,
tease each other. That's their thing, right? They say they dig at each other, right? That's their
yeah, ain't
thing.
nothing wrong with that.
But then you got other personality types that they just follow the lead. It's like, okay, usually it's the stronger personality. And it's like, okay, this is their personality type. I want to be with them. So I'm just going to try to adjust and deal with it. But here it is years and years and years and years later. It's like, you know what? I'm tired of you talking shit to me. That's never been my thing. I don't even know why I put up with it. So I guess I said all that to say, when you really want to be with someone, have an honest conversation about who you are.
Yeah.
A lot of people are willing to adjust, and I don't think you're doing one another any favors by doing that.
Exactly. Kind of goes back to the whole settling. You'll put up with anything. You'll put up with just about anything just to have somebody. That goes both ways too.
And
I've
that's
seen
the
women
topic.
put up.
Yeah, that's the topic.
I've seen, yeah, I've seen women put up with men's bullshit just because they don't want to lose him. I guess he's of high value or high status. All the chicks want him, so they'll put up with anything. Same thing with men putting up with women's bullshit just because they feel like they have to deal with it to show that their strength or whatever, their masculine strength.
Just because somebody is a catch for the population, just because somebody is a catch for in terms of popular opinion, doesn't mean they're right for you. You have to really know yourself and don't compromise on that ever. If you want to be with them for a lifetime, you have to accept each other authentically for who you are. Otherwise, you're settling.
Yeah, true that. I mean, I had a situation where I damn near changed myself just to impress a woman, but she was like, no, just continue being yourself. I don't want you to change. And I never did. She had to make it clear to me. I mean, she kind of like.
And then you want them so bad, you think it's a trick. It's a trick. It's like, wait a minute, they don't really mean that though,
Yep. I fallen for that.
Yeah, because say for instance, a woman dressed modestly, and then next thing you know, she's dressed and sexy, and her man tells her, just be yourself, be the woman I fell in love with. And so she goes back to being modest, but she can't help but notice that his eyes wander to women who are, dressed the way that she tried to dress, because she saw that that's what caught his eye. And she wants to be the only one that catches his eye. But he's telling her to be herself. And so it's confusing. What does a woman do in a situation like that? It's like, you met me as a woman that's not showing my ass and tits everywhere. But, now that we together, every time I turn around, I suspect that you're looking at women who are showing their ass and tits everywhere. And when I do it, you're like, no, I don't want you to do that. Those are mixed messages, right?
Yeah, that does sound kind of amazing. Maybe he doesn't want you showing up assets to the whole world. Maybe he wants to be the only person to see it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. Yeah, I'm sorry, a good analysis. That's a good analysis. Maybe he just wants it to look forward to privately, as opposed to you putting it out there.
Now, if he's gawking at other women that dress sexier than you, okay, well, that's a him problem.
No, it doesn't have to be that he wants somebody else. It's just that it catches his eye, and for all she knows, he's imagining what she would look like that privately with him. It doesn't have to be where he's lusting after other women. He could be uh, thinking like, "Wow, I would love for my baby to wear that tonight at our house," as opposed to, I want her to be on my arm looking like that. You know. Because a lot of guys, believe it or not, from what I was told, they don't actually appreciate their woman being out there like that. But
No, they
some women think they do. You know, some women think it keeps their man on their toes. It's like, well, if he thinks somebody else want me, then he'll treat me right. And I think that's game playing.
I don't believe in that shit.
Yeah, that's just
that's just a setup for some dangerous BS to go down. And yes, men can do the same thing too. It's like, well, if I flirt with other women, that's gonna give you a reason. Like if we're dating and I'm dealing with other women, that's just telling you be on your toes, be on your game before I leave your ass. That's not cool either way. If we're supposed to be committed.
Right. I think about what my son is going to experience when he gets serious, and I want him to keep a cool head. I don't want him to overreact if his girl starts doing stuff that bothers him and he just keeps it to himself. I want him to know how to communicate effectively with the, cohesiveness being the goal. And I don't know how to gauge whether or not he's talented enough to communicate that way. As it seems now, he's just a, short response person. And I'm thinking to myself, now I don't know what he's like in a relationship. I just know that the girls like him. I'm just saying that in the event that he is a short response person, he may not be able to communicate well enough to keep harmony in a relationship. So as a man, can you tell me what you would advise a young man that's getting into a relationship with a young lady, but he's not the type that does all that talking? You know what I mean? He just doesn't believe in all, if I didn't know any better, I think he's supposed to think that his soulmate is supposed to be able to read his mind, and it's just not realistic.
Oh my God.
I know.
I thought it was just women that said that, but okay.
Like you're supposed to already know.
They say actions speak louder than words, but hey, that's a bit too much.
Yeah. How do you get a young man to
How old is he?
He's 25.
Yeah.
I don't want him to mess this up. Because I like this young lady. But when I hear them talking, it seems like he criticizes her for not already knowing what he's thinking. And I had to tell him, I was like, she's not a mind reader.
Wow. I don't know. That sounds like something I would expect from her, not from your son. Because I've heard women say you're supposed to already know, like I can reach a damn man. That's something I expect from women. I don't hear men say that. Either your son doesn't know how to communicate properly, or maybe he's just not the type to express himself around a woman. I can be like that too sometimes. I don't open up to no females for shit. Really, I don't do that. It's a flaw. Then it's just going to be a flaw. If that's what he's dealing with, then he just doesn't open up like that because he doesn't want to look like a punk or a sissy. That's one thing. But to expect her to reach a goddamn man, no. He fooling himself.
I think he doesn't want to come off as soft.
Yeah. I've been there.
He doesn't want to come off as soft, and I don't like that he's not being tender enough to his girlfriend.
Yeah,
Because
times
I
were
like
different
her,
when I was 20.
you
Times
know,
were different. Times were
and I
different when
think
we were
he's gonna
25
drive her
year olds.
away, or something's gonna happen.
I don't
Cause
want that to happen.
she's not stupid, and
No,
you know,
I
and
hope
she's
she's not.
beautiful, so she has options, you know. Um,
Yeah. I mean,
maybe
maybe he should just do basic communication. He ain't got to pour his heart out to her, but do basic communication with her.
keep in mind I'm his mother, so he's not telling me everything. For all I know, they
What you expect?
if all I know, they think everything's fine. I just you know, and maybe it's all in my mind, you know. Maybe I'm just thinking like you should just be a little bit more tender, you know? Like we were going to get something to eat a while ago, and she wanted to go someplace, and he said, "Nah, we always go there. We're not doing that." And I was like, "Damn, you gonna tell her just like like a girl want to go someplace that she wants to go to? Like, what's wrong with that? You know?" He went, and so we went someplace that he thought I would like, and I didn't like it. And as it turns out, the place that she recommended, which we went to a couple of nights later, I like that. And it's like I don't get him. Um,
Wow.
yeah, it's
And I thought dating was complicated back then.
no, he's just a macho young man. That's all. He's just very macho. He gets that from his father. That's why we're separated. Um, his father's
What?
very
Is her father
macho.
still in his life? Is her father still in his life at least?
Oh yeah, yeah. They are cool in the gang.
Good to know. Sorry the marriage didn't work out, but at least give the father, if he's a good father and husband or ex-husband, share custody, you know.
Yeah, they're cool.
Yeah, man. Good to know. Good to know. So I guess he was trying to impress his lady. I guess he was trying to. I don't get it. Yeah, he went someplace that I guess
He
neither
was
one of
being
y'all like.
he was practicing dominance. You know, that's how his father is. He was practicing dominance, and I don't believe that's going to work with women who have options. Like you know, you know.
Well, let's face it. Women are always going to have more options than we men are going to have with women. There's no getting around that. You got more options with men than I do with the women. There's just no getting around that, I'm afraid.
Practicing dominance is a turnoff.
What's wrong with with dominate? I'm not saying dominate the person. I'm saying dominate the situation. No
That's the
person
new
wants to be
that
dominated. Don't get me wrong, but
that's the nuance of it, knowing when to make a decision. That's the nuance of it. You have to know when to make the decision. You know what I mean? Um, you know, for instance, okay, I'll break it down to where it's really plain, right? Say for instance, there is a choice to be made, and a man is gracious enough to ask his woman, "What do you think?" And she could say, "I don't know," or she could say what it is her decision would be. He's offering her participation. And when you know the difference between when it's time to dominate versus when it's time to invite participation, that's when you're working with something. And a lot of men, they think it's just dominate, 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 or passive, 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 whatever you want, dear. Happy wife, happy life. That, you have to have a balance. You have to know when it's cohesive to offer participation in a decision. We want you all to have the dominant attribute. It's just that to be dominant, 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 dominant all the time is a turnoff.
Well, you know what they say, too much of something is never a good thing.
Right.
So I guess he's so caught up on not trying to be the little weak link that he's just gonna assert dominance all the time. You can be dominant and still be, kind and soft-hearted.
Yeah, some men have tunnel vision, and so they only see a thing one way, and that's a flaw in their personality, to have tunnel vision. So, a lot of relationships break up because one person has tunnel vision. They can't help it. That's just what they've grown accustomed to be, and they can't help it, and there's no changing them, and you have to decide to stick and stay, or just go at life on your own and love them from afar.
I would hate to see that happen, but it is what it is.
It's certainly nice that you let me on the panel to talk with you. Thank you so much.
Not a problem. Can you stick around a little longer, or you're busy?
I'm fine.
Oh, okay. I got a video to show you now. Let me know what you think of this. Fair use, fair use.
I think, did I see? I don't know if I've seen it on Twitter, but it was something like, "Who settles, women or men?" Like, you see with that statement there. Oh yeah, who settles more, women or men?
That's a good question.
That's a really good question.
Depends.
Nah, because I feel like a woman will put up with a lot of stuff, whereas men, they'll as soon as they see one red flag or one thingy,
they'll be out the door.
Like, say for instance with the Love Island situation, which is a hot topic now. Ella had to deal with Tyreek's head turning every minute for Leah, Katie, whatever, and he wasn't saying he misses the game and all that kind of stuff. But because her head turns and she comes back with another guy, you wouldn't try to talk that out because you've said He even uses the words, "Oh, he was never mine. It was just my turn." That's like that's correct. So cheeky, that's cheeky. Like, you know what I'm saying? Whereas the woman's supposed to put up with this, that, and the third. The woman's supposed to put up with this, that, and the third, and then still allow you to come back. Whereas men, oh no, one thing, you gone still.
What you think about that? Who do you think settles more, men or women, based on what they just said?
Well, based on what they said, women settle more because they are expected to be more forgiving.
Be more forgiving.
Yeah, men have a low tolerance level. Women have a higher tolerance level, according to the video you just showed.
Yeah, but that ain't the case for everybody, because you got some females out there that let a man screw one time and he's out the door, or she'll lose interest.
Of course, it depends on the individual, but these women in this video, they were making generalities, and according to their opinion, women put up with a lot more. They settle more.
Okay, so They settle more. Do you think men settle, and how do they settle?
Men settle when that woman becomes his focus, his like his serious like the sun doesn't rise without her. You know, when she becomes his focus, there's nothing you can tell him about her. Okay? He's gonna move the world for her. And that's when you know, that's when she got him caught up, because if she doesn't feel the same way, um he's going to experience a whole lot of frustration and think it's his fault when it's not. It's just that he needs something else to focus on. He needs a hobby. It's
Absolutely.
like she became his world. Like and there are people like that. They make their relationship their life, as opposed to actually having other interests, like a hobby, for instance, like, you know, something outside of the relationship that makes them happy, that has nothing to do with cheating on each other. But I'm just saying, like, maybe he likes carpentry, fixing things. I don't know. Maybe she likes to sew, or try out recipes, or she likes to volunteer at domestic violence shelters. I don't know. But you have to have something that brings you a sense of center and fulfillment, and adjacent to the relationship. You know, adjacent. Like, because see, if that person has a bad day, you're going to think that you failed them, when it has nothing to do with you. They just had a bad day. But if you have something else you got going on, it's like, okay, you know, if they need me to, if they need my shoulder to cry on, I'm here. In the meantime, I got this to do. You know what I'm saying? You have to preoccupy yourself with something that is meaningful, you know, as much as who you're involved with, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, yes, makes sense to me. This is why I tell any man, put less value on a woman and more value on your damn self.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like what I talk, kind of like what going back to that whole red pill versus blue pill nonsense, you know, stuff that I talked about.
Yeah, you're supposed to be a complement to one another, not obsessed with one another, because there's a
Of course.
difference. That's my point. You have to be a complement to one another, not obsessed with one another. When you're obsessed with one another, that's you know, you in for a whole roller coaster ride, because you know their mood determines your mood, and you don't want that. You don't want to be so obsessed with somebody that whatever mood they're in affects what mood you're in. You see what I'm saying?
Understood. Yep. But yeah, I know I don't believe any man should make a woman the center of his world, a part of his world. Yes, but not the overall center of his world. That's where shit goes wrong.
Yeah, that's called being needy. And that goes for a woman too. You know, being needy is a psychological problem. You know, you're supposed to already have what you need, and this individual complements it. They complement your life. You know what I'm saying? You already have what you need, and this individual complements your life. That's what it's supposed to be about. But
Yeah,
this all being obsessed with each other and calling it being in love stuff, that's a psychological disorder.
It is, believe me. I've literally heard women say that they will lose interest in a man if he's not making her the center of his world. Seriously? So you want the man to be obsessed with you to the point where he had nothing going on besides you? That's crazy. I've literally heard that come out of people's mouths. So I know you ain't lying.
I understand the nature of priority. Um, someone feeling themselves to be the priority in your life, but you gotta compartmentalize that. You can't like say Barack and Michelle, for instance, right? If Barack was just focused on making Michelle the center of his life, he would not have ran for president,
No,
And
wouldn't.
and it took Michelle to realize that she would be selfish to just nag him, talking about, I don't want to go through that. You ain't gonna win anyway. What makes you think they gonna vote a black man in the office? And this, but see what he, you're right. But it was evident that he is a politician and he has the qualifications and the backing to achieve this goal. And for her to stand in his way, nagging him about how she doesn't believe in it is selfish, you know? So
Yep.
it worked out because she wasn't selfish. She was his complement as opposed to being obsessed with him making her insecurities a priority, you know? He fortunately he's the type of man that's wise enough to consider his wife and reassure her that everything that he's doing is for the greater good of the legacy of their family. And it's like, I'm not doing this for my ego. I'm doing this with the purpose of our family in mind, you know. And a man has to communicate that to his wife because a lot of times a wife will, like Job's wife did in the Bible. She was like, "Why don't you just curse God and die?" And he was like, "You talk like a foolish woman," you know. At some point, a man has to stand, as much as he may love her, he has to stand on business, as they say. It's like, what I'm doing, I believe in it as a man. And there's nothing that you can nag me to death about that will change that. Hopefully, you'll see it this way. Are you coming or not?
Yeah, makes sense to me. So yeah, that is kind of
As long
selfish.
as it's
But yeah,
as long as it's reasonable, now, you can't come to your way talking about, yeah, I want to go to the strip club for my birthday. And I believe in this for our family. This will make me a better
oh my,
man.
oh my
Nah,
God,
that's not reasonable.
no, man, I've gone to the strip club before, so I know what goes on up in there. Before COVID, I went all the time, so I know what goes on up in there.
It's not reasonable to ask your woman to be okay with you uh being around a bunch of sexually available women for your birthday fun. That's not
Well, that's just
reasonable.
it. You don't ask her, just do it.
But here's the thing: when she does it, all of a sudden it's a problem. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like, okay, baby, go ahead. Just remember that on my birthday. And then it's oh.
Oh well.
See,
Well,
you
that's
see what
what
I'm saying?
separates men. That's what separates men from women. A man getting sexualized by multiple women is not seen in the same light as a woman being sexualized by multiple men. It's just not the same. You know how that works.
It's a terrible double standard, though. You can't
Yeah.
that it's not reasonable to think that that is cool. Like, okay, you can go to a strip club on your birthday, but you got a problem if I go to a strip club on my birthday. That's not reasonable.
You're right. It's not reasonable. The only way I'm going to allow that to happen is if we're not in a relationship. You want your freedom, you can have it, but give me the same respect. It just ain't going to turn no traditional relationship if that's the kind of freedom you're looking that both parties are looking for. I mean, you still want to party. You still want to party and be a so-called free spirit. Then your partner has just got to be open with that, and you got to give him the same kind of respect. Just understand, ain't no traditional relationship coming out of that.
That's why communication is important. I know this couple from a couple of years ago. Um, you know, like that guy was the world to her, right? And one day he just flipped. Now, keep in mind, he came into the relationship with 2 children, and she left her husband. She divorced her husband to be in a relationship with him, and she has children. So as time goes on, right, she's doing everything to be wifey. I'll put it that way. She's just making. They're living together, and she's making the house a home, and he doesn't have to want or worry about anything. And then one day we were all together, and he just snapped. He snapped, accusing her of not caring about his son.
What?
Yeah, and from what I had witnessed, she was doing all types of arts and crafts and picking them up from school, and she was doing all types of things to be motherly to his son. But he was like, "It's impossible for you to love my son because it's not your son. You don't love my son. That's why I'm not gonna marry you." And
Damn.
I was like, bro, you making that shit up. Like, I see her being considerate. If anything, both of you all are her sons, okay? She babies both of you. Like, what are you? And come to find out, he was just afraid of the solid commitment it's gonna take to marry somebody. Like living together is one thing because you can walk. It's like, look, I'm tired of this shit. I'm gone. But when you marry somebody, you know, it's a little harder to walk away. And he was just scared. He was just scared to marry her. She was doing everything right. He was just scared to marry her, and he just made up some bullshit excuse about you don't love my son because he's not your son.
Oh, so he was just being committophobic, basically. That's a
Yeah.
fine way to express it. Jeez.
Ain't that crazy? And that's
Jesus
why I get
Christ.
to go into the strip club part because, he was trying to insist like, well, I was going to the strip club when you met me. I don't see why I can't go now. And she was like, okay, I'll go with you. And he's like, oh, you'll go with me. So they went, you know, to the strip club together a couple of times. But then she was like, you know what? Me and girls are going to a ladies' night, you know, or ladies' vacation or some crap. And he snapped. He was like, "Oh, you going? Oh, you going out with the girl? Oh, okay. Your friend's a bunch of hoes, and all of a sudden he had a problem with her doing her thing." And he was like, "Wait a minute, I've had these same friends when you met me." Yeah, but you know how they get when y'all. No, I ain't with it. He's like, "Oh, but it's okay when
Yeah.
you want to do something." So, he was just a jerk because he was a, what do you call it? A commitment phobe? Yeah,
Yep.
that was the entire, because I think when I look back on it, I think his fear, now keep in mind, she made more money than him. Okay. Like they both work for the police department. She got promoted to detective. He didn't. And so ever since she had gotten promoted, he was bitching and complaining and tripping. He was like, I guess I'm supposed to be Mr. Mom around here now, huh? You know, he was just tripping. And and you know, it so it was a insecurity thing. It was like, wow, you know, she's a detective, I'm just the officer. Uh what I look like trying to propose to her. What I look like trying to be her husband when she outranks me. You know what I mean?
Oh, I get it.
Yeah,
So
they knew each other
I
from
guess
the force, but she got promoted and they started having problems after that. But the
okay.
only
First of all,
reason,
this is
uh-huh.
why I don't approve of co-work. This is why I don't approve of co-workers dating each other. 'Cause that kind of mess can happen, especially if they work in the same job or something.
Yeah.
And second of all, I can understand kind of where he's coming from because if I had a woman that was outranking me, at some point I have enough common decency to understand how sometimes female nature works. You get promoted you get promoted above your man, making more money than your man. Now you start thinking you're better than your man. That does happen. And the funny thing is, when men try to hold women back from, ascending to those new heights, oh, now it's oppression. Oh, now you don't want me to accomplish my goals because you're insecure. But guess what? When those same women rise above the men, what happens? They turn on them. So I can kind of see where that comes from. It's a miscommunication on both parties, in my opinion. I mean, let the woman make more money than the man. She's gonna feel like she's better than him. He's not the head of the household anymore.
You
So I
know
can
what wound up
understand his
happening though?
concern. So
What
what?
what wound up happening was he got approved for his veterans claim. So he was able to get benefits that were immeasurable compared to what she could offer with her promotion. Like, for instance, with veterans uh, benefits, you can get a house, you can get, just education, like free education for your children. Um, so he was able to contribute to something that she wouldn't be able to just do on her salary. And so they got married after he got approved for his claim. So I guess
Uh,
that was the balance he needed to at least feel like he's bringing something substantial uh as well as her. Because when she got promoted, he was tripping. He was literally like everybody was celebrating and congratulating and happy for her and happy for them. But he didn't look at it that way. He was like, yeah, I guess I'm supposed to be Mr. Mom now. He just
well,
had a
maybe
bad attitude about her being promoted. He's the one that encouraged her to obtain the promotion. I guess he didn't think she would get it. But when she got it, you know, he just had an attitude until he was able to bring something of equal or greater value into the relationship as well. So, I, that's when they got married, you know.
okay. Now when she got promoted, did she rub it in his face in any shape
No,
or fashion?
if anything, she was more docile than I had ever seen. It was like to me, she was being very, very, very docile. She was walking on eggshells because she knew that, and I don't know what happened at work, but I suspect that he was probably teased at work. Yeah. So how does it feel to go home to the boss and all this? Just you know what I mean? Because they worked, they they were at the force together. She got promoted, and it's like everybody knew. So they were. It's like last name when y'all get married type of jokes. You know what I'm saying? And there was,
Wow.
and so she was walking on eggshells, trying to preserve his ego, but it wasn't working. It wasn't working, and I suspect it's because he
Sometimes
was
it
being
don't.
teased. He was being teased at work. It's kind of like Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown. You know, like she loved Bobby Brown, but he could never get over the fact that the public considered him Mr. Houston compared to her. You know, like
Mr. Houston.
yeah,
Damn.
nobody was gonna call her Whitney Brown. You know, nobody. Even if she legally changed her name to Whitney Brown, they was always gonna think of him as Mr. Houston.
Ain't that about some shit?
Okay, he was
Oh man,
jealous.
I
You know,
never
he
knew
could.
that.
His ego couldn't take it.
Well, do you think that's a bad thing or a good thing? That we mentioned need to get over it and move on.
I
'Cause
think
we
it's
can't just get over nothing like that. We just can't. Our egos are wired to where we just can't get over
then that's a
shit like that.
then that's a problem. And if she had any foresight, she would have thought about that before she called herself falling in love with him. Like it didn't occur to. But see, she let him convince her that I don't care about money. I just want love. And she let herself fall for that bullshit without understanding the nature of a man. The nature of a man, especially a domineering man, is not going to be okay with his woman being the spotlight. It's just, it takes a certain type of man to be cool with that. And Bobby Brown is not one of those personality types that would be cool with that. And this couple that I was just mentioning as an example, he's the Bobby Brown type of personality. It's like, you my woman, my woman, my woman. But everybody on the outside is like, no, you're just a help. You know, and it's not funny, but I mean, you know, a woman has to be aware of the type of man she's dealing with. You know, if she's
I think I
attracted
saw that.
if she's attracted
I
to
saw.
a domineering type of personality, then it's gonna have to be somebody who fits the position. And Bobby Brown, compared to Whitney Houston, he wasn't in a position to justify his dominance over her. And he knew that. And that's why, you know, he would always have contempt for her. He was like, yeah, everything about me has Whitney Houston on my t-shirt, and everything about you got Mr. Houston on your t-shirt. You know, it's like, what is he supposed to do about that? And that's why he just didn't give her no act right whatsoever. He didn't give her no act right. He did stuff that was above and beyond ratchet on purpose. Because
Ratchet.
he was having sex with all types of other women, and I think babies outside of the marriage, and you know, just not showing up to concerts and being support, like she craved her husband. To her, he was her husband, but to him, she's this superstar I'm married to. You see what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah,
to call
I saw
her
that.
his wife began to feel like a joke to him, because it's like, damn, you know, a wife is supposed to be somebody I can take care of, and she has, if anything, she's doing me a favor by being married to me, and his ego couldn't take that.
Yeah. And I think I saw that play out in that documentary that they made about Bobby and Whitney. Yeah, he was getting a little carried away because of people felt like she was a bigger star than him. And the thing is, didn't they start their singing career? Didn't Bobby Brown start his singing career first with New Edition before Whitney Houston?
Yeah, but you know, at some point she reached the stratosphere. You know, he didn't apply himself, or he wasn't as wanted as she was, because you know we can't deny that the machine, the record industry machine, was behind her, and the same industry just wasn't behind him like that. Like what's his name, Clive Davis?
Think
You
so.
know, yeah, that was his artist, not Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown was not his artist, so he focused everything on Whitney, and you know, and it, you know, she just, you know. So you think that had she been with anybody else, she would still be alive today?
I don't know. I mean, are you asking maybe if she didn't get with Bobby Brown and go through all the mental anguish, she wouldn't have got, I don't know, doped up on drugs or whatever she was on and died the way she died?
Yeah, because now let's keep in mind that Bobby is not responsible for her addiction. She was already, you know, tooting and booting and smoking and joking, you know, before him. It just accelerated. They enabled each other. True enough, but she was already full throttle. It's just that when you're in a turbulent relationship and you're codependent on each other's chaos, I think it just made her worse. However, she was with somebody that was more less impulsive. I'll put it that way. I'm not saying he didn't love her. I'm saying that he, as an addict, he was too impulsive to really cater to her best good. So if she had been with somebody that was more sensible and grounded and less impulsive and God willing, clean and sober, you think she would have been better off? Or would she have just been self-destructive anyway?
Yeah, that's a hard one to come by.
Yeah, it's hard to predict.
I mean, on one end, you said she was already addicted to this stuff even before she met Bobby Brown. Well, I say don't get with somebody that's going to further insinuate your crazy addictions or crazy habits. That would be like me being a smoker. That's like me trying to quit smoking, but I'm still hanging around a bunch of chain smokers or whatever. That's just gonna further insinuate things. I'm already addicted to smoking. Now you want to hang around people that's gonna insinuate that and make it worse for you.
Right. They have something in common for real, right? So you know, yeah. So you got to be with somebody who is not practicing your worst behaviors. You know.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot all about this video. We've been so immersed in the conversation. Shit. This one is by Media Man. He said, Fox Soul Queens tell black women not to settle. Almost forgot about this video, but let's get back into it. Fair use, fair use.
Like, how can we move on with the black community if there's no accountability on the end of women? It makes no sense. I couldn't imagine walking through life thinking that I'm perfect, but nobody is accepting my perfect ass. All these people are stupid. They just don't see me as a good catch. I'm a good catch. And you're continuously saying this, but nobody is choosing. Nobody's choosing you. So wouldn't the obvious answer be to look within and see what I need to change in order to be better for the market? So I do.
And until women do that, we're never going to get any better. You can't put all the blame on men. Are there things we men need to do? Well, maybe. There's always room for improvement for everybody, but the improvement got to be on both the man and the woman. But you know, they want to tell us men we got to get on women's level. They got to tell us men we got to improve ourselves while they just stay perfect. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about earlier.
All right, what is it that you think men don't have to improve upon?
What don't we have to improve upon?
Yeah, what don't you all have to change?
Be more specific, because that can vary from man to man.
Exactly. I'm just saying, you, or just in general, what is it that you believe men don't have to change according to what the popular opinion amongst women's complaints are? Like, I don't know what women's complaints are across the board, but I would imagine women want men to be faithful, monogamous. I would imagine that women want men to be reciprocal. Those two things, reciprocation and monogamy, is that something that men believe they don't have to negotiate or alter or change?
No, I don't think that's something that they need. I mean, if they're going to change anything, they have to change their overall narrative of I'm gonna say change the narrative that all women are the same. No, all women are not out here dotting it up. All women are not out here finessing. They need to come out that mindset and stop being so narrow-minded and thinking that everybody's the same. I know everybody's not the same, but I don't trust just anybody like that. That's the way it needs to be. So they want to change something. They better change their perception of female nature and understand how they kind of operate. Because all women are not the same. Just like all men are not the same. But I believe everybody, I don't care who you are, everybody needs to improve at something. The only time improvement starts is when you're old and in the ground. That's it.
That's how that no works. One's perfect. And that video he made it seem like women think that they're perfect and don't need to have any introspection.
Well, that's the message we were getting based on what the women were saying earlier. And that's the message I've been getting. So I got to change for you, but you ain't got to change for me. Ain't shit wrong with you, there's hella shit wrong with me.
I think women just don't want to be hurt, and men don't want to be hurt. So I think the goal is to not hurt each other. I think that's the goal. You don't hurt me, I won't hurt you.
Yeah. Tell me what I want to hear, and I'll tell you whatever you want to hear to make you feel good.
Well, it doesn't have to be phony now. We're not talking about being phony, okay? We're talking about people who are authentically in tune with loving each other, and they just agree not to do anything careless or not. They just make an agreement not to be thoughtless. It's like we're in tune with caring for one another and looking out for each other's best interests. And that takes being thoughtful at all times. So that means that I'm not going to just talk crazy to you, and you're not going to talk crazy to me. We'll save that for other people outside of our relationship. We're not, like it might be an aspect of your personality that you need to express to talk crazy to somebody. You just can't do that to me. And I can't do that to you.
Right. Yep. But yeah, you don't need to be fake with it. I'm just saying. I say be tactful, not phony. All right, let's continue. Fair use, fair use.
You get picked. But no, it seems like it's the opposite with our women. Instead of looking internally and seeing what's wrong with them, they look at the market and say everybody else is dumb. Because we're perfect, you guys need to change. But the only people that are sitting back saying that it's our fault are Black women. And they never look within. And these are older women. And these are the women that are influencing younger women. This is insane. You guys can be shocked at all the stuff that they say. All 4 of them.
And mostly going to be single, and after a certain age, it's a wrap. So we kind of sit there and say, well, I'll share, or I'll compromise on this, or maybe he's not all I want, but he's better than nothing, or a piece of a man is better than no man. Hell to the no. Absolutely the F not. And sometimes it's hard when someone's like pretty good, but there's some things that really don't sit well with your spirit. And we try to sometimes force a square peg into a round hole, and you find yourself frustrated because you're like, ugh, because you're settling. And when you feel that feeling where it's like, damn it, something is still not sitting right, you have to walk away, as hard as it is, and have faith that when you do that, the thing that you like, we're not going to settle for, will come into your life. And it usually does when you're not expecting it.
Miss Bimba.
The thing you're not going to settle for will come into your life. What the hell?
Now, I would like to discuss with you about the frustration aspect. I think
that was Claudia Johnson, by the way.
I think it's real. Yeah, I recognize her voice. It's realistic in life. Life can be frustrating in general. So I think where she missed the mark was claiming that as soon as you get frustrated, you got to walk away. That's the way she came off. She came off as if as soon as you're frustrated, and I wasn't clear on the specifics of what types of frustrations she was referring to, because anything can frustrate you and you can't walk away from it. Your job could frustrate you. You can't walk away from your job. So what type of frustrations was she referring to?
That's a good point.
Was she saying that if you don't see everything my way, then that's a problem? You know, then that's a one-sided relationship, you know? Now, there are women in this world who are powerful. When I say powerful, just take that how you want to take it, be it monetarily, you know, in social standing and what have you. There are women in this world that are powerful, and they do believe that they can do no wrong. And as soon as they are confronted with their wrongdoing, then all of a sudden it's a quote unquote frustration and they got to walk away. That is insane.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of like being on a volcanic island, waiting for it to erupt, then get the hell off the damn island instead of just looking at the signs right off the beginning. Like, oh, the island is shaking. I see lava shooting in the air. Time to fucking leave. You gotta wait for the ball first, then go.
There's a difference between a lifetime partner and a lifetime servant. And some people want servants, you know, they want servants as opposed to partnership, you know. And even men, there are men that don't think that a woman should hold the position of partner. They're you know, they're supposed to be.
You know why that is? Because when a woman is regarded as a partner in a relationship, well, a partner in general, she's going to be seen as just that, a partner, not a potential mate. I mean, when you're equal to a man, there's no reason for you to be cooperative and submissive to said man. So, of course, we don't want to look at them as no partner per se.
But cooperation and submissive are two different things. Submissive is a servant. A servant is submissive.
No, we're not talking about no slavery type stuff. We're talking about getting on a man's program, cooperating with him, and don't second guess him. Trust him. Basically, you're trusting him to be a leader. Trusting him to be a leader.
Okay.
Not allowing him, trusting him to be a leader. That's what we mean.
Okay. Now, I get it. I get it. It's important. It's important to that man's ego that he believes he's the leader. But come on. What, now we're talking about not being phony, right? Like,
yes.
Come on. Like, it's really that whole whatever you like stuff, that's just to cater to your ego. It's not real. But that's what you want. You want the phoniness. You want the whatever you like attitude. And that's phony. So you want to serve it.
I'm not saying get with a female that's just gonna cater to you because she feels sorry for you. I've seen that before, and I'm not saying deal with somebody like that. If that's the kind of person you are, then a man gonna get sick of you instantly. Cause we can tell when a female legit cares about our feelings or just feels sorry for us.
Now, if she admires you, right? If she admires you, she will yield to your leadership. If she admires you. But if there's nothing to really admire you about, and she's pretending.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I see how they go. There's nothing really admirable about you. She's just telling you what you want to hear to make you feel good. We don't want that, no.
Yeah. She has to admire you in order to yield to your leadership. That's just common sense.
Of course. But you see a lot of women will yield to men that are not that admirable and still try to call them leader. Guys that just got out of jail, high school dropouts, the whole nine, and try to call them leaders.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
They choose the wrong kind of men to yield to.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. All right. Fair use.
So real quick, I would love to know what's the age cutoff for that type of thinking, that way of thinking. If you're telling older Black women, which I'm pretty sure their audience is majority older Black women, when do you tell Black women, hey, you getting up in age now, it may be some things that you want to change? Because me telling you not to settle, you've been not settling at 50 years old, 60 years old. And my thing is this, if you're okay with not finding a man, going through life, just being the rich auntie, I've talked about this multiple times.
I'm literally just living my rich auntie life. Number one, I don't have children because I don't want them. This is my dog, Sage. She lives her best life.
Also, she's a dog mom. Damn.
I'm not married because I don't want to be married to nobody's dusty ass son. Okay.
Be married to somebody's dusty ass son? What? What the hell you mean not be married to someone's dusty ass son? I don't get it.
She's not confident about the numbers and options out there. Like, she's convinced that more likely than not, there are more dusty sons than viable men available.
Dusty sons as in younger men?
No, dusty sons as in, he wasn't raised to be a man. He got issues. She thinks that men have issues that can't be resolved. She's convinced. I know a woman like that never got married, never had children, because she's convinced that all men are a problem. She's heterosexual, but as far as some man, quote unquote, tying her down, it's not it just didn't appeal to, it never appealed to her.
Yeah, but now that she's 40 something years old, single with no kids, I bet she regrets that decision now, right?
I'm not sure whether or not she wonders whether or not she made the right decision, but she's cool. She's straight. She ain't tripping. I would
Well, it's
imagine
her
as a
life, her
human
choice.
being, I would imagine as a human being, she might entertain the what ifs, but as her life stands the way it is, she's completely cool. Completely. She does whatever the hell she wants to do. And that's the way she likes it.
Again, it's her life, her choice. She can do what she want with it, but hey,
Yeah, she does
don't
whatsoever she wants to do.
just don't complain about the end results later down the line.
Yeah, she got enough people that love her to not worry about that. She'll
Yeah,
never be
I hope so.
alone. She'll never be alone. It's just that she just believes in doing whatever she wants to do, and to be tied to a man, she thinks that the majority of men have this ego that she just can't tolerate. She can't tolerate a man's ego. She just can't.
She
It's not
can't
her
tolerate a
forte.
man's ego. She
It's
can't
not
tolerate
her
a man's ego. Why?
because she has her own ego, and that's enough for her.
And that's your problem. When you got two big egos in one big area, that's going to create one big problem.
Yeah, since men are cultivated to have this ego, she's convinced that no relationship she would ever get in is going to work out, because at some point he's going to want to try to rule over her or trump her decisions, and you know insist that she compromises. But when it comes to his side of the table, whatever he says goes. She's not going to live that life. And believe me, relationships will work. Um Relationships will work in terms of there will be compromises, because you're not the same people. There's going to be things that she wants, there are going to be things that he wants, and there will be compromises. What has to be decided is whether or not you're willing, whether or not you're open to those compromises. That's the work of the relationship. Are you open to compromises? Like, say for instance, somebody has a girlfriend that they met on a panel, right? And they just like everything about them, and they got to talk privately with them, and then eventually meet up with them, and they just really, really loving each other. And here comes the compromise. If you love me, you'll stop being on YouTube. And she was like, hold on. I was on YouTube. That's how you met me. You met me on well, now that we together, I don't need YouTube no more, and you shouldn't need YouTube either. And she was like, well, I'm not giving it up. And he's like, well, you don't love me then. You know what I'm saying? So there comes the ultimatum, and you can't say it's unfair. I mean, it's not an unreasonable request, but at the same time, it depends on your ego. If your ego is telling you, this is my thing, and you don't have a right to take what I enjoy away from me, then that's your ego demanding its position. And you have to decide whether or not you're going to let your ego go and be with this person, or you and your ego go on and live happily ever after.
Yeah. Give up being a YouTuber now that you done found someone. I don't know. I mean, depending on what you're using YouTube for, you should have to just give it up now that you found someone
Those
special.
ultimatums,
Why don't y'all run
happening.
the challenge together? I see Miracle was running their challenge together.
Those ultimatums happen not just about YouTube though. I'm talking about any given scenario in life. What my point is that eventually an ultimatum will come into play because somebody wants to exercise their ego, and that's the work of the relationship. Are you willing to compromise to cater to the other's ego? And if it's too one-sided, like if you're always the one compromising, if you're always the one that's having to give into an ultimatum, that's a one-sided relationship. But if you're both making the sacrifices to cater to one another's ego, then that's a working relationship. You just
Yeah,
have to negotiate amongst yourself what what choices you're going to make regarding these compromises. Like some people think that only women should cook the meals and or do the domestic work in the house while he does everything, that the house needs outdoors. And then you got people that are willing to compromise that no, this is your day for this, that, and the other, and this is my day for this, that, and the other. They compromise. They make an agreement, an arrangement. That's a working relationship. But if you got somebody that just has their foot down, like, look, my mama, she always did this, so I don't think I can be with a woman that don't think like my mom. And or her attitude is, well, my father always took care of this, so I can't be with a man that's not able to guarantee taking care of this. Like I said, the point is that men and women both have egos, and in order to have a working relationship, there will come a time when you have to make compromises and sometimes adhere to ultimatums. Some of those ultimatums might not be direct. Some of them will be kind of nuanced. It's like you'll get the feeling that this is the deal. Like it's expected that it's cool for him to leave his clothes on the floor and you pick them up. As opposed to you telling him, like, look, don't leave your clothes on the floor, expecting me to pick them up. They just gonna stay the fuck right there because that's inconsiderate and thoughtless. Like, well, what do you think is going on here? Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, wait, well, I don't see the problem. Is you doing the laundry. Well, now that you mention it, I don't appreciate being the only one that does the laundry. You have designated days you do the laundry. I have designated days that I do the laundry. How about that? And then he goes into this, oh, no. A woman's supposed to do the laundry. It's like, well, who was doing the laundry before we got together? You know what I'm saying? It's like some stuff becomes unreasonable. Some stuff is just ego driven. And you have to be healthy enough as adults to iron that out,
Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
And like, say a guy, say two people are in the military and the guy always took his uniforms to the cleaners. And so now they get married. And she always did her own, she pressed her own uniforms herself. So they get together, all of a sudden he's expecting her to press his uniforms too, right? And he was like, well, you already iron a uniform. It's like, but look, why can't you just take my uniforms to the cleaner like you was doing with yours? So what are you doing? That's it. You know what I'm saying? So it could be something as goofy as that can start a disagreement between couples.
Yep. And that's why it's so hard for men to get married nowadays. There's always gonna be some damn complications involved.
How would you fix that though? Like, you're a bachelor, you always took your clothes to the cleaners. You know, but she did her own laundry and pressing and so forth. So now you're together and you figure, well, she cleaning and
I
pressing
mean,
clothes anyway, so she could just do mine. And she's thinking, well, he's been taking his clothes to the laundry. He could take my clothes to the laundry. What do you do?
we gonna have to compromise on something. If she want me to take her clothes to get them pressed or whatever, I can do that every now and then. Or if she wants to wash some of my clothes in the washing machine, we can do that. But we gotta compromise. We gotta communicate with each other on that.
Communicate. That's a
I'm
healthy relationship.
Yep, I'm still gonna take my shit to get them pressed, no matter no matter the situation, and she probably wants still washers in a washing machine. But once we come to understand that we don't have to do that all the time, and we can switch it out every now and then to do that for the other person, then maybe that might work.
Okay.
I'm not saying just change it up immediately because y'all together.
All right. That sounds good.
Yeah. And as far as giving up YouTube because you done found somebody, I don't think so. What are you using YouTube for? Is it to promote healthy content? No, don't stop that just because you're in a relationship. I mean, you could have found a relationship even without YouTube. It ain't like asking a man to give up porn now that he done found somebody. The whole reason he watches porn because he ain't got no woman. Now that he got one, he don't need it no more. That's not quite in the same light,
Yeah, it's
the
different
regular
things.
YouTube platform.
Yeah, it's different.
So yeah, it probably would have worked with or without YouTube. Just what works for you. Yeah. Anyways, fair use.
I date for pleasure. I don't date for marriage. A lot of money, I spend it on me. I do whatever I want when I want. Marriage is not for me, and children are not for me. I am for me. That's what a rich auntie is.
Then have at it. But what I don't like is when we have women like this on platforms talking about how bad men are, in particular black men, so they haven't come to grips with their reality. They're still blaming other people. How can you blame other people? And I love this point that Jay Fleming said on a show that we did a while back.
Let me talk to ladies. Dating is extremely competitive. Whether you like it or not, you're going to have to compete. You're not going to be able to affirmative action your way into the dating market. I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. You have to perform.
He said you cannot affirmative action your way into the dating market or on the dating market. You cannot force white men, you cannot force black men, you cannot force Hispanic or Asian men to date and marry you.
Exactly. All that shaming us because we're not interested, that ain't gonna work either. And you want to be a rich auntie, that's all well and good, but be ready for the consequences behind trying to be a so-called rich auntie or whatever.
There's no consequences to having what you want in life. Like if that's
Every
what she
choice
wants,
comes with a consequence.
if that's what she
It may not be
wants,
a severe one, but it comes with its consequences.
like what? Being
You're
alone.
over 40. You're over 40, single, no kids, no husband, no boyfriend, no penis to lay in bed with. So what you gonna do then?
She likes it, but she likes it. That's comfortable for her. What's wrong with that?
No, crackheads like crack. Is it healthy for them? No, it isn't. Alcohol is
Okay,
healthy for them.
So now we're talking about healthy. You think it's healthy for somebody to compromise what they so you think it's healthy to be coerced into believing that you need somebody.
No. You should never feel forced into it. You should want that desire. Who said anything about forcing?
Well, she doesn't want it. And you're making it seem like she's not well because she doesn't want it. She knows what she wants. That's what she wants.
I mean, you can do what you want, but hell, I've seen this play out before. I've seen how this plays out many times. It starts out okay, but then they're gonna come to
She
the realization.
believes it's to die for. How about that? She believes it's to die for. She's willing to die on that sword. That's what she's got her mind made up, that it is to die for.
Yeah, she's gonna die alone in that regards.
Well, that's her choice. That's her choice. People make choices all the time that other people don't agree with. All the time.
Yeah, true that. I'm guilty of that, but hey. Anyways, fair use.
Has to come from the market to decide that you guys are worthy of getting married at a higher rate than 1 out of 4. And if you don't change, if you don't look within, then it's never going to happen because you think that you're perfect when the market is telling you, hey, something is up. Something needs to change. What are you going to do about it? And our women's answer is nothing. And that's insane to me.
What are your thoughts on that?
I concur with
it's insane to him.
100%.
So what?
It's insane to him. Just because it's insane to him, that doesn't mean that whoever chooses to live that way thinks it's insane. Why is it that what he thinks is the rule? That's the ego talking. See, his ego is telling him that what he thinks should be normal. And that's not the case.
There are going to be exceptions to the rules, where the exceptions don't change the rule. Now, she may be the exception, but that don't mean the rule gonna change, right?
Okay, I'm gonna say this. This is my piece. Every woman that has made a decision not to have anybody has not complained. I'm sorry to say that, and hurt people's feelings, but every woman I know that's made a conscious decision to never get married and have children are straight.
They're straight?
They are not tripping. They are straight. They have set themselves up to where they don't have to worry about being lonely, abandoned, without, longing, or lacking. They have not complained. They have not played the what if record in their head at all. They are completely happy.
I find,
and they, as a matter of fact, they think that women who put up with, okay, how can I put this? Or they think that women who put up with what they suspect to be compromises are insane. See, it's just the opposite. See, their egos are in play. They think that women that are convinced that you can't be happy without a relationship, they think they're brainwashed. They think they're insane.
Oh man! So all the women they're basically content on being single and not having anybody.
No,
and
not all of them. I'm saying the ones that not all, just the ones that. It's only like a handful of them. They're not complaining. They're not saying, okay, "Girl, I wish I had somebody." They're not doing that. They are convinced they're better off to themselves.
I got 3 words for you.
Stop the cap.
If you say so.
Stop the cap.
They're not playing the what if record. They're not doing that. And they look at married women like, I don't know how you put up with it. I do what I want to do. What you mean you gotta ask him if you can go on vacation? What you mean? It's your money.
Who you gonna go on vacation with?
You work, so that's your money, and you gonna let him tell you whether or not you can go on vacation with us? Girl, you crazy. You see what I'm saying?
Stop the cap.
But then there are married women that love their husbands and they wouldn't have it any other way. So it just depends on the individual.
Yeah, I suppose so. It is what it is. But yeah, she ain't got nobody to go on vacation with, no masculine presence in her life.
I gotta go to the restroom. I'll be right back. It's just a brief. I'm gonna turn the mute button on and I'll be back, I guess, in 3 minutes. Okay?
Okay. Well, take your time. Take your time.
All right.
Take your time. Take your time. Let's get back into this video. Fair use. Until Mela gets back.
As a matter of fact, my girlfriend who just spoke, I told her that we had a nice little talk. And you and I.
Yeah.
That I told you, you never keep smiling until God sends you your king. Don't settle. And I feel that way to tell that to other ladies.
Well, God only gives us what we deserve, not what the hell we want. So the question is, are you worthy of a king? Are you worthy of calling yourself a queen? And not only that, is this man that you're pining for worthy of calling himself a king? Because everybody can't be a king and everybody can't be a queen. So yeah, you got to be worthy of said title instead of just trying to carry the title thinking you deserve it. No, it don't work that way. But anyways, fair use.
Because, you know, we go through stuff we ain't got no reason going through. Because we like, but I'm this, but I'm that. And doesn't he see how much I care? And blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you something. When you learn as a woman that as much as you give, you deserve to get back, if not more.
Why is that? Why?
I wonder why.
I just don't understand the thinking. If you give, you're supposed to get back more just because you're a black woman. Nobody is deserving of anything. Nobody is deserving of nobody. And I think that our women have this mentality that, yeah, you know, I deserve this. I deserve this type of man. No, you don't. You have the same opportunities as every woman that's willing to compete. And our women hate that term.
Do women feel like they should compete for a man?
No. Why?
No. Compete for a man. I have reason to believe a lot of women today compete almost, if not more, than we men do. But maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Would I compete when I'm the prize?
Because you ain't the goddamn prize. Ever thought about that? If we're the one with the resources, that means we are the prize. Bottom line, point blank and simple. Just like Jonathan Owens said, he's the catch, he's the prize. But then again, Simone Biles got some things going for herself too. So who's the prize in that relationship is a matter of opinion. They both got resources. They're both famous athletes. They didn't know of each other until they met on that website, Apple, whatever the fuck. So who's surprised in that situation? Well, who knows? But anyways, fair use. Okay, hold on. Damn ads. Here we go, fair use.
Like competition. Like, what do you mean?
Right.
Competing.
Showing a man why he should
choose you.
Yeah, why he should choose you over other women.
I'm not here to audition for you.
Actually, are.
Okay, I get that standpoint, but I'm.
Oh yes, you are. You want men to audition for you, but you can't audition for a man. Ain't that about some shit?
It's not like a job interview.
They hate the.
Yes, the fuck it is. It's not a job interview. Yes, the fuck it is. Damn near. Y'all want to interview us, but when it comes time to interview y'all, it's like, oh, you're like a deer in the headlights.
That's that ego. The ego. That could happen to anybody. Ego can happen to anybody, man.
Yeah, but why do women have the egos? Try to have the egos that we men have. I mean, we all got egos. Don't get me wrong, but
because the time has come. The time has come because there was a time. No, there was a time that women had no choice, and it's different now. Things change when you have choices. You know that.
But what good is giving somebody choices when they're just going to abuse those choices?
Well,
what happens when you abuse freedom? You get taken away from you.
Weren't you all abusing it too? Weren't you all abusing it? Huh?
The ones who abuse their freedom got punished. Men abuse their freedom. They get the verbal and physical ass kickers that they deserve. Women abuse their freedoms nowadays. They get little to no verbal or physical ass whoopings. That's a big difference there. There's a shift in blame and a shift in consequences.
What kind of examples can you provide to substantiate your claim? Because it seems to me that if a woman cheats and he has a right to leave her. If he cheats, she has the right to leave him. But there was a time when a woman could not leave if he cheated on her. She would be destitute if she left the marriage. And so she had to put up with his cheating. But now she doesn't have to put up with his cheating. And he doesn't have to put up with hers.
Well, maybe there was a method to that madness. Now, granted, nobody should be in a cheating relationship. Mm-hmm. Nobody should ever want to do that, ever. Mm-hmm. But when you consider the state that the world is in now, it kind of makes you wonder, was there a method to that madness? Because nowadays, women don't want to submit. They don't want to be traditional wives anymore. They consider that slavery. So it's making life difficult for not only the men who want to be in relationships, but the women who want to be in relationships. So they ruined it all.
Okay, what is it?
Ruined it all now. You wanted your freedom, but you're ruining for a whole other generation of people so you can have your freedom. Ain't that awesome shit?
Now, when it comes to submission, right? What exactly is it that you think women should be submitting to? When you say I heard you say leadership. Exactly what does that entail? What are the attributes of leadership you idealistically believe that women should adhere to?
Well, let me ask you this question. What are some things that doesn't make a man fit to be a leader?
When it comes to leadership, I think anybody could do it. See, that's the thing. Women are equipped to lead, and men don't like that.
Equipped to lead? No. Men are equipped to lead. Can women lead? Yes, but it's not in their biology to do so.
How's that?
It takes a lot of stress.
What are the attributes of a leader?
Attributes of a leader. Being able to take charge of any situation. Always got to know what the hell you're doing. Doing what's best for the team and not just for yourself. It's a lot of stress. You know how many women complain about they're sick and tired of being in charge. They're sick and tired of being independent. They now want a man that's going to finally step in and be the head or the leader. So yeah, they ain't programmed for that. They can do it, but it's going to put a lot of stress on them in the long run. biologically, we as men are programmed to be the leaders. But now women have stepped up into that leadership role, and now we got two genders, both trying to be leaders, both trying to run a household, both trying to prove that they're better than the other. It's just a crapshoot from that point on. Women can be leaders in their own right, but to be a leader over a man, no. To be leader of a relationship, no. You're the how should I put, the help and support of the relationship. You're the support of the man.
So
that don't make you a doormat. That does not mean you're a doormat or a pushover. You're just by the man's side, not at his feet, not at his head, at his side.
Do you think that Stedman is a doormat? Oprah's man. Do you think Oprah's man, Stedman?
Brandt, whatever his name is.
Do you think he's a doormat?
I don't know the dynamic of their relationship, so I wouldn't know. What's going on between them?
Nothing. They're, as far as I know, they're content. It's just that we already know the power dynamic per se. She does cook for him, right? He enjoys her cooking. It's not his forte. But as it is,
wait, he cooks for her?
No, she cooks for him because she wants to. She wants to. She can afford a live-in chef, for God's sakes, and a nutritionist and a dietitian, but she cooks for him, and he's an author of. He has his own business. He has authored books. You know, he's doing his thing, and they're just together. So there's no doubt that she's a leader, right? And I'm asking you, considering the power dynamics of that specific relationship, do you think that he's in what position? Is he in a manly position, is what I'm asking.
He might be, because is she the leader of the relationship? If that's the case, then no. Now, she could be a leader on her talk show. She could be a leader at her job, but when she come home, that man's supposed to be the leader. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because there's this one expose, so to speak, where they were going to go on a road trip. And so, you know, she asked him, you know, get a car that's reliable enough to go across country. And he came back with a he came back with a car that she didn't want. And she basically fussed at him like, what kind of choice is that? You know, so he made the decision. He got the car that he thought was reliable to go across country, but to her, it wasn't the kind of car that she thought he should get. So does that make him the wife? Because you know what I'm saying? Like, shouldn't a man just say, hey baby, this is the car we're getting to take this road trip. This is it. But no, because she's Oprah, she's like, no, we're not getting that car. Or is that just a regular couple that's just, you know, having a dispute about a decision?
A regular couple having a dispute about a decision? I don't know. Oprah seems like that bossy, overbearing type.
Oh, so it's about the tone of voice?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
How she handled it is just, To say it like that, no, I don't think so.
So submission is about saying things that are soothing to his ear, but he can talk any old kind of way he wants to.
Neither can talk any old kind of which way. You can talk in your man voice without being an asshole about the whole thing. Trust me, I try to do it all the time.
Okay.
I'll raise my voice, but hell, it's gonna be with good intent.
And so will the woman. She'll raise her voice, but it's with good intent. Is that cool?
Yeah, it should be. Just don't be out here throwing. Just don't be out here trying to slander each other.
Right.
That's why I have the problem when they start slandering one another.
Yeah, that's not. You know, you got to be more loving than that. More considerate and thoughtful.
Absolutely. All right, let's continue. About a couple more minutes of the video left. Fair use.
The fact that the type of man that you want, you're going to have to compete for him. So let's continue.
Today, it's incredible to me that a friend of mine on her page, I was just scrolling through some of her posts, and that speech by, was Trevor Noah, the comedian before he retired?
Yeah.
And he says, if you want to learn something, everything I learned it from a Black woman. If you want to find out about who's going to be the strongest, if stuff gets crazy and when it gets crazy, it's going to be a Black woman. And that speech that he gave when he was retiring from his show brought tears to my eyes because.
So, as you guys seen the pictures, Trevor Noah doesn't date Black women.
Ain't that about some shit?
If you say that everything you learned is from a Black woman, your mom taught you so much, Black women taught you so much, wouldn't the honorable thing to do be actually to date Black women?
Special shout out to Black women. I've often been credited with, having these grand ideas of people like, oh, Trevor, you're so smart and you're so, and then I'm like, who do you think teaches me? Who do you think has shaped me, nourished me, informed me?
Okay.
My mom, my grand, my aunts, all these Black women in my life, but then in America as well. I always tell people, if you truly want to learn about America, talk to Black women.
If you want to learn about America, talk to Black women. Well, they're not the only race of women in America, but okay. But anyways, fair use.
Yeah, because unlike everybody else, Black women cannot afford to fuck around and find out.
It's a strong contradiction.
They can't afford to fuck around and find out. Oh man, they can't afford to fuck around and find out. But yet somehow they're doing that some of them are doing that every single day. Ain't that about some shit? Anyways, fair use.
When these guys say these things, they'll sit there and champion Black women. Black women will eat it up. But then if you look at their history, they don't even date Black women. I wish they would ask him why. He grew up in Africa, South Africa, mind you. But if he's saying all these things about Black women, why not date the women that you champion so much? What are they not bringing to the table for you to actually settle down with them? That's not knocking the guy. I don't have any issue with interracial dating.
Ain't that something? So I guess Trevor champions Black women. Black women, feed off of that. Come to find out he's not even interested in dating Black women. Oh, man. Mela, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just think that sometimes you want something different than where you come from. It's not that you don't have the reverence of the one who raised you, but that doesn't mean that you want to sexually objectify them. Because let's be clear, you're not marrying your mother. You know what I'm saying? You're marrying a woman that you're sexually attracted to. That at the core of it all, that's what men are about. He's sexually attracted to her, and he prefers to be sexually attracted to someone that's totally opposite of his mother.
Correct.
That's right.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, why would you want to marry someone that's almost damn near like your mom?
Yeah, that's kind of strange.
Yeah, all right. Fair use, fair use.
But if you're gonna say something like that, you got to be able to provide proof as to how you're going to honor Black women for talking about them like that. And from what we see in his dating life, he doesn't date Black women. So, I mean, Vivica, I don't know if she did her research, but it is what it is. Let's continue.
Yeah, that guy, he's reaching just to make a point. He's not being reasonable. He's reaching to make a point. You know, it was his goal to, you know, throw some old slick diss at Black women's, you know, like, I guess Vivica didn't do her research. It's like, no, his agenda is to slick diss. And that's what he's gonna do. And he's just gonna play everybody for being emotionally and psychologically stupid and try to, you know, sneak a diss in.
You think that's what he's doing?
That's his agenda. Because for him to try to use that as a point is absurd. Like, nobody is trying to have sex with their mother. No normal person is trying to have sex with their mother. So it's sensible to be attracted to somebody who doesn't remind you of your mother. Now, you might want her to make cornbread the way your mother does, but that doesn't mean that, you know, the woman has to be, you know, look like your mother to do that.
No, that's too far-fetched.
Yeah, like somebody can not look like, you know, you could be sexually attracted to somebody and teach them how to make cornbread like your mother. But, you know, like the bottom line is that you're sexually attracted to that woman, and for her to resemble your mother in any way is strange.
Yeah, it is. Same thing with a daddy's girl trying to date a man that's just like her father.
Like, oh,
That's
you
not-
look just like my father. Like, okay.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
Now, there are people that have unresolved issues that is conflicting them about their caregiver, be it their parent, you know, their mom or their dad or both. And so they are subconsciously attracted to people that have those types of personality traits that are unresolved and what they have found conflictual about their parent. That's a whole nother psychological issue. But a normal person is not sexually attracted to somebody that reminds them of their caregiver.
No, they're not doing that. No, they would
Right.
never. They
Prince
would never do it.
William. Prince William didn't marry some woman that looked like Princess Diana. You know what I'm saying?
Nope. Yeah, I think some parents want that for their kids. They want their kids to find mates that are somewhat similar to them when they know it don't work that way.
It's not supposed to work that way. Otherwise, something wrong with you.
Would you want your son to date a woman that's similar to you in almost every way?
It would be strange. It would be like, wow, she just reminds me of me.
When you were that age.
Or period. Just like, she reminds me of me. That would be strange. But rest assured, every girl he's ever been with is nothing like me. And they're adorable.
And that's the way it needs to be. I mean, little Scrappy went through a situation where every woman he dated was nothing like his mama, so she disregarded them. To me, that's
Scrappy
just-
mama is crazy though.
Yeah, I could have told you that based on what I learned. All right, fair use.
That's who we are. We forget our power and how much we hold things together for our families and finally for each other. Don't settle. You don't have to. If someone don't get you, to hell with them. And I mean that.
I don't think anybody should settle because it's going to do one or two things. It's going to hinder you or make you feel like you are stuck in a place in which you're going to get, you're going to harden and be bitter. And you're not going to feel good or love. It's just a little while that you'll try to make sense of what decision you made before you realize, hey, I'm just really not happy. What is good for me is keeping the foundation of any relationship, and that's the friendship. That is what makes you like each other and respect each other. I'd rather curve the relationship towards that as I see it's going sour, so I can then say, hey, it's cool. You can't be this, but we can remain this. It's all good. We'll still have each other and each other's lives at some point, but not just at that point and that level. And you got to respect it.
Do you think that'll work in a relationship?
I think once you break up with somebody, it's hard to keep them around. It's like, you know, what are you supposed to become now? Fuck buddies? Like, I mean, like, it's just.
Okay, that is good. That's an ex-lover of yours.
Yeah, it's like it's not emotionally healthy to still be friends with somebody that you was in a long-term committed relationship with, right? Like,
yep.
But people say they can do it. I just can't do it. You know, I don't want to be the friend of somebody that I was in a long-term relationship with. I don't want to be their friend. I wish them happiness, but as far as us, you know, hey, I got some tickets to go to this concert. You want to come? And it's like,
no, that ain't gonna work. Keep in mind, this is the same guy whose penis you once had, and you're the same one whose coochie you once had. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah, you can't. Now you could be nice to each other.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. It's complicated because it's like, you know, maybe you genuinely want to be nice to them, but the fact that you all were intimate, long-term partners, it's like, what are we doing? Like, what, you want to get back together? Because
exactly.
Like, what are we doing? No, I just want to take you out.
No, that ain't gonna happen. I did a whole show on that about a month ago. Can married couples, can dating couples have friends of the opposite sex, or can men and women be just friends without it turning into something sexual? I did a whole show on that about a month ago.
It's complicated. It's complicated. It takes understanding on both of their parts that there will be no lines crossed, but oftentimes, depending on who it is, some people are gonna like step over the lines, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Depending on their personality. Because some people are just into testing people. It's like, you know, well, wait, we're friends. We got this business relationship. Well, you know, I ain't got nobody. You ain't got nobody. Ain't nothing wrong with what do you call it? Whatever these people do. Whatever these people do.
Links.
All types of crazy stuff that they do to step over the line and test each other. I think that's psychologically confusing. I think either you establish that the door is open to consider getting together when and that's, I mean, because you're a man, they're a woman, And it's just natural if you're spending so much time confiding in one another, spending time in some type of way with one another. It's just natural to be curious about them. It's just natural. That's why people who have acquaintances that are the opposite gender, they have to pace themselves about how much time they spend with these people. You got to pace yourself. You can't. It can't be a everyday. It can't be a regular basis thing. You know, like you all are talking every day. That just leads to physical curiosities, in my humble opinion. Now, if you got people acquaintances that you talk to, and I'm not talking about work environments. That's, that can be kind of quirky too. But I'm saying in situations where it's just casual and you just have to talk to this person every day when you really don't have to talk to them every day, that's strange. Now, if you have to talk to them every day because you work together, y'all will have to figure that out. I don't know. I don't even know. I've never had a work friend that was a guy. I've never done that.
Really?
I never played
We've
those
all had them.
games. I've never done that. Like, let's go out for drinks after work. Can I call you tonight? I really got something on my mind. And then we talking every night on the phone. Okay, I'll see you at work tomorrow. Like, no. Or we just going out to lunch every day at work. Like, we're each other's lunch date. I bring you something to eat. You bring me something to eat. And all this other kind of stuff.
Get on
Like,
my job.
that's that leads to physical curiosity eventually, depending on how attractive they are. Now, you got some people that just you wouldn't even consider being with them, depending on what they look like. That's different. But if you're attracted to, if you're attractive people, and hell, even sometimes that don't matter. But I don't know. I wouldn't be comfortable with someone having a work friend that's the opposite gender. I wouldn't be comfortable with that.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't, because that can get a little sticky. I had a work friend that I would occasionally deal with like that, but it didn't work out well because she was just too impulsive and too disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I had to cut that off completely.
It's like every time you turn around, he calling you at your house with your husband.
No, her.
It's like, Greg's on the phone for you.
I ain't got no wife, so I can do whatever.
Again.
I ain't got no wife, so I can do whatever.
It's like, why is Greg calling here? Greg who?
Now,
Greg from work. Why is Greg calling here?
If you married, you have no business trying to meet other people of the opposite sex anyway. That's the thing.
Greg
You're a married man
no
or woman.
Calling my
you shouldn't
house.
be doing it.
Right. Greg that I work with ain't got no business calling my house about nothing.
Exactly.
Unless he
right.
want to talk to my husband because he got a flat tire and he don't know what to do. I don't like what you calling my house for, Greg? What I'm here with my like what you wanna come play cards with us or something? Like you lonely? What's wrong with you? You want us to set you up with a girl? Like what are you calling here for? And don't give me that I just need somebody to talk to crap because I'm a married woman. That's not appropriate.
Makes sense to me. At least you understand that aspect of it.
Well, it's just that we get along so well at work. It's like, yeah, but we're not at work. I'm home with my husband. Like, what are you doing?
Hey, if you're married or in a relationship, you really can't be doing that. Save that for the singles.
There are people that do that. There are people that think just because they get along
Work husband,
with
work
a
wife.
married person on a job who's an opposite gender, they can call them at their house and kick it on the phone or come over. Like they want to be adopted or something. It's like I'm, it's like they up for adoption. But that's just a ploy of I wish you were mine. And because they didn't come over there to be with their husband. Otherwise, they would establish a relationship with their husband. It's like, I got this gym membership. We could work out. I work with your wife. We could work at the gym. It'd be great.
Yep. I don't know. Unless all three of y'all gonna go together.
No, the
Or-
wife is not involved with their gym relationship.
Well, four of y'all. You, your husband, this guy, and one of your girlfriends.
Yeah, then we can start setting them up with some girl or something like that. But yeah, those things get kind of real crazy. I had a friend that was my friend. She was my friend. My husband didn't like her, right? But she's my friend. And it really bothered me when he would talk crazy about her to me. You know, he would call her ugly Jackie, you know, fat Jackie, and just stuff. I was like, that's my friend. And he would say, and I'm your husband. And it was like it was really uncomfortable. Because as time went on, keep in mind he's my ex-husband, okay? As time went on, he just wanted to be controlling. He wanted what what he approved of in my life. And it went so far as him changing religions. He wanted to become a Muslim. Yeah, we married as Christians, right? And he wanted to become a Muslim. And being the dutiful wife I was like, I don't understand what this change is about, but okay. So I started going to the little studies, and the Quran just happened to open to a particular passage that said, if your wife disrespects you, you may beat her lightly. And I'm like, whoa, somebody got to explain this to me. And you know what the sisters in that group were saying? This is not what we're studying tonight. We'll talk about that another time. I'm like, no, you don't understand. This is being enforced upon me to change religions, and I've just run across a passage that puts me in a bad spot. I need somebody to explain to me what I'm getting into. And they didn't want to talk about it, and it correlated with his increasingly agitating behavior. Like his behavior, like when I got out of the military, like our income was split in half, right? And it was he was telling me I'm gonna go to university, and also so we got bills on bills on bills on bills that he has to accommodate. But he was accustomed to the lifestyle we had when it was two incomes. And so he started stressing, and I didn't understand where the stress was coming from because there was an age gap. There was like an 11-year age gap, and I just didn't understand why he was not the sweetheart that he always had been. And he just snapped one day, you don't know what it's like to be the sole provider, and So it started to become about money. So I was just like, okay, well, I'm just going to drop out of school and get a job. And he seemed, more relieved about that. But as time went on, he was still kind of tripping, like, just having mood swings and stuff. And I eventually got agitated about it. Like, I don't understand why you're changing. And he was saying that he wanted to become a Muslim, and I just wasn't into it. Because we had just had a miscarriage and I wasn't into it. I was just like, it's just some things are just not going as anticipated when I married you. It's just things are becoming too challenging. I'll put it that way. That's what was going on in my mind. Things were becoming too challenging. And what eventually happened was that he started getting more rude. He started getting more disrespect. Like I remember one time when his family came to visit us and his brother cracked some joke and I laughed. I'm in the kitchen cooking like a dutiful wife, and I could hear them, bantering and arguing pretty much like you would hear on The Purge or something, right? They just going back and forth. And I laughed, and his brother says, "See, even your wife thinks so." And he says she needs to speak when she's spoken to, and he's never said anything like that before. And so that was the first sign that he wanted to institute some type of dominance over me. When we got together, that wasn't the case. He wasn't practicing dominance. So as these behaviors started to show up, and then he wanted to change religions, and then this passage in the Quran says, if your wife disrespects you, you may beat her lightly. I'm starting to think I'm being set up. Okay. I'm starting to think I'm being set up. And he eventually demonstrated something violent against himself that was so frightening that I knew I had to divorce him, because if he would do something like that to himself just to prove that.
What did he do?
He busted a beer mug over his head and needed umpteen number stitches, and I had lied when we got to the emergency room and said he fell through a glass table. So he wouldn't be committed, so he wouldn't be committed to the psych ward, I was just like, do you know what they're gonna do? Like, what are we supposed to tell him? You bust a beer mug over your I'm dry. Like, his face is filled with blood.
You could have said he cut his head. You could have said he cut himself shaving or something. I don't know.
No, it wasn't that type. It wasn't that type of injury. It was literally of one of them big old heavy German beer mugs, and he was in the moment of raging. Like just raging at me, just like, I didn't ask you that, and blah, blah, blah. I guess he wanted me to speak when he wanted me to talk when he gave me permission to talk. He wanted to exert control and dominance over me in order to groom me toward a domestic violence marriage. And it was made evident when he busted that beer mug over his head and splitting his forehead to the white meat show and driving him to the emergency room. I'm like, how are we supposed to explain this? Do you think I'm going to tell them I did it? Because they can prove that it was a self-injury, because he was saying that. He's like, I'm going to tell them you did it. And I was like, no, they can prove that you did it to yourself. And he was like, well, we'll see when we get there. I mean, he was still belligerent, even though he had all his blood coming down his face. going to the emergency room. It was the most outrageous thing. And so, you know, they asked what happened. And he said, ask her. And they said, ma'am, did you do this? And I said, no. And he said, yeah, it looked like, you know, it's a self-injury. And when they said that, I knew that they were going to put him in the psych ward, right? And that would mess up his military career. And I just said he fell. He was trying to hang a ceiling fan and fell through a glass coffee table. And they let that ride.
All right.
But they knew it was a self-injury. But because I didn't, you know, collaborate, that they just let it ride. It was like, if they crazy, what can we do about it? So, you know, he got his little 14 stitches, and my friend, the one he didn't like, she was like, if he'll do that to himself, just imagine what he'll do to you. And so that got me to thinking, and coincidentally, as God's providence would have it, that passage in the Quran opened up during that particular study. If your wife disrespects you, you may beat her lightly. I'm like, how do you beat somebody lightly? You either beat them or you don't. And so he wanted me to convert to a religion that permitted a husband to beat his wife, and I've come too far to allow that. You know, I'm not.
Damn.
Yeah, it was. And I'm just glad that I'm one of many women that saw the forest for the trees, and you know, left a marriage that could have been filled with walking on eggshells, if not worse. You know, so women who think that they're better off being to themselves, I don't blame them for that, because you don't know what you're gonna get. You know, he started off as a nice enough guy, very devoted and loving, and he just changed at the idea of being responsible as a husband, I guess. And I guess he believed that if I'm going to be the, you know, the sole provider, I'm going to need absolute submission. And that's why I'm turned off about the word submission, because to oppress somebody is hell. It is asking them to agree to being in hell, you know.
No. Submission is associated with leadership. It's asking someone to be, is asking you to be under this person's
Cooperation
guidance,
and submission are two
protection.
different. See, you're stuck on the submission word, and I'm suggesting that you consider the word cooperation might be the call of the day, because submission and cooperation are two totally different definitions. Okay. And I'm not attracted. I'm not convinced that submission is a complement to leadership. Submission is a complement to it. It requires that someone is dominant, and that's different than being cooperative. I can be thoughtful and cooperative as your wife. I don't have to be submissive and obedient to be your wife. They're two different things.
No one's asking you to bow down and kiss a man's ass. Just be cooperative, be under his protection, you know, acknowledge him and trust him as the leader of the household.
Cooperative and thoughtful, yes. Cooperative and thoughtful. Absolutely. But submissive and obedient, that's for That's for animals of lesser intelligence.
No, that's dictatorship, not so much leadership.
Yeah, that's right. That's authoritarian and dictatorship, not leadership, right? Next thing you know, it'll be do as I say and not as I do, and all that kind of foolishness.
That's something that you tell kids.
Exactly.
We don't need that. All right. Anyways, fair use.
Yeah, I just need to be happy all the way around. And I'm a tough cookie. I can, take it, you know what I mean? And say, oh, well, I can just let this fizzle on out because I've been gone a long time ago.
Let me know if y'all understand anything that this woman is saying.
Tough cookie, she says.
I don't understand her point. She's just rambling at this point, right? I don't understand anything. So I'm gonna let her cook, but I don't understand what she's trying to tell or the message that she's trying to convey to Black women. But let's continue.
So when he gets the clue, then he'll come around, I can do that very well. But if it doesn't serve me, then I know eventually I'm not going to serve it or serve him well either. So you might as well cut it off right in the beginning.
I know that's right. And I agree with everybody. And I just want to throw on there, if you're not settling, what's the alternative? What?
That's a good point. So
if you're not settling, what's the alternative? I don't know, be single and by yourself for the rest of your life.
Selena Johnson, if you're not settling, what is the alternative? Be single and alone.
Correct.
That's the alternative. That's settling as well. She said, what's the alternative? Yeah.
Be happy. That's the alternative. Be happy.
Say what?
Be happy.
Be happy all by yourself. Well, I guess so.
You don't have to be all by yourself. Like there's like billions of people. Like you don't have to be by yourself. See, that's the misconception. It's not about being by yourself. As a matter of fact, you could have a love interest and not be in a live-in relationship, or hell, even a committed relationship. You could have children that you sponsor somehow. If not being the auntie or the uncle, you could be affiliated with, enrichment programs for children that you mentor. And those children grow up to really appreciate your guidance. There are associations and clubs and fraternities and sororities. Like, you don't have to be by yourself. You can be happy without, settling.
Yeah, true that. But I don't know. Who wants... It's confusing. I get what you're saying. You don't need a relationship to be happy. I understand that.
Now, what I wouldn't suggest is to adopt a child by yourself. I wouldn't suggest that. I think you have to be extremely wealthy in order to work that out, because you're going to need help. You're going to need live-in help in order for that to be a well-balanced child. Now these wealthy women, they out here doing it. They adopting children all left and right around the world. But that's because they can afford the help.
Yeah, could be. But anyways, fair use. I'm going to play too much of this video.
On that, what's the next thing? If you're continuously not settling, then what's next? Are you okay with that fate? Being alone? You're going to have to change some things. And if your answer is, well, no, I'm perfect, then why should we care? The information is out there. Like I said, we have the information readily available. Even men. That's why this whole space was created. So we can minimize the mistakes that we made before we had all this information at our fingertips. We didn't have this information. Now we do. And it seems like Black men are listening, but Black women are just in a constant hamster wheel telling them exactly what they want to hear, and there's no improvement. And I'm talking about on a general sense. Yes, there are some very successful black women out there. We already know that. And I'm getting tired of saying this, not all, not all. On that platform, I'm going to stop that. Because if you're a smart person, if you have any intelligence about yourself, you understand that I'm not talking about every woman. So
Yeah,
yes,
should
there
go
are
without
some very
saying.
successful black women out there. But the majority is just not doing what needs to be done to get married. That's the ultimate goal. We're talking about relationships, right? Okay, cool. You think you get money, all right, but numbers say otherwise. We won't go into that. We already know how the statistics read. But it just makes no sense where we just have our women going in this constant hamster wheel when we're trying to help you. If you just sit down and listen.
What are you thinking? Are you?
Yeah, he's right. That's
No,
all.
he's not right. Like you could you could have a roommate that's your girl, right? And you all just have overnight company every once in a while. It could be something as simple as that.
Overnight company.
Yeah. Like if she needs somebody to hold on to, you know, she got it.
I
But when
wouldn't
she
mind
don't
that.
want to be bothered, she don't have to be bothered. And she's still not alone because she's sharing a house with her girl.
Oh, I thought you meant a guy. Yeah.
No, she's sharing a house with her girl. Like say they're sorority sisters.
She gonna need some masculine energy to come around every now and then.
Every now and then she can get it because she got it like that. And the key is she gets it without settling. She doesn't have to settle for being annoyed with him. Like when it's time for him to skedaddle, he gotta go. But when you're stuck with somebody in a committed relationship, and I don't mean to use the word stuck because that sounds like torture, but I'm just saying that a committed relationship is work, and the work encompasses compromise. That's the work. Because inevitably, there will be compromises, inevitably. And that's the work. And some people just don't want to do the work. You know? You know how you got some people that say, I ain't working that job. Well, that's how some people feel about relationships. I ain't working that job.
Yeah, probably because the job don't pay enough. And some people are just not worth the trouble. They're more trouble than they're worth. Gotta consider those aspects.
That's a dynamic too.
Okay.
You know?
All right. Here's another little short clip. Let me know what you think about this one. I got several to show. Fair use.
Yeah. And if you notice, she talked about a few things I've said in a lot of my videos. Now, first, she talked about the nice, safe guy. A lot of times, that's not the woman's number one option or number one choice. And how she phrased it, you can even tell from her mannerisms and her tone that she looks down upon a guy a little bit. And that kind of lets you know from the get-go that she is settling. But since she has no other options, and as she said in the video, that guy that she does want, her number one option or better option, doesn't want her, she said, we'll gladly take them because, hey, you're cool with it, and then there's no one else really here. And that's what I've always said in a lot of my videos. The guys that women normally settle with, a lot of times, that's not their number one option. That was just their only option at that point.
That's interesting.
Yeah, there is some truth to that. Because a lot of times women will settle for men that they know damn well when they were younger, hotter, sexier, and childless would never give the time of day to. But they're tired of being single, so just take whatever is in front of them.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's basically what he's saying. You're a single mother with 5 kids. Now you're just going to take this guy that you said no to when y'all were 10 years younger.
And it goes both ways because there are guys that have been through the ringer with their baby mamas, and now here comes the old high school girl. She's available. He's available. He's not telling her all the children he has. And, she's not telling him how many times she's been married. But they get together because there's space and opportunity. It's like, let's see if we can recapture the past. So I consider situations like that an experiment. As opposed now, when you said that a woman, she's been pumped and dumped, and she runs across the nice guy that was chasing her that she wasn't interested in, she thinks to herself, well, I guess I was crazy then. I should have given him a chance. And if he's still interested, I'm going to give him a chance now. But you're saying that she's wrong for doing that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what if he approaches her? What if it's like, oh, hey, I haven't seen you since high school. What you been up to? It's like, well, I got 3 children and she about 4 different baby daddies. No, wait.
Oh,
I got 3 children and I'm just, trying to make it. What you up to? Well, I'm rich and successful. Oh, really?
oh yeah. That happens.
Well, I always thought you was cute.
Yep, that does happen. Now you think he's cute now that he got something going
Now
for
you
himself.
cute, right? Since you can save me, now you cute.
Right.
That's hilarious.
I've seen that. I've heard about that happening before. Yeah, it happens. You hit the wall. Now you're checking for the guy that you weren't checking for when you were younger. It
And
happens.
depending on his level of defense depending on his defense mechanisms, he might take advantage of her, or he might still have a heart for her. That's the dice she has to roll, But
Well,
will he accept her children? See, that's the complicated part. Like men and women, they're not really too cool with accepting children that don't belong to them. Now,
you
for
want this
whatever
man
reason,
to just
for some reason, men think
accept
that
his
women are
children.
supposed to be such nurturers that they're going to be happy about embracing a child that has nothing to do with them. Uh, you know, like, yeah, she could kick it up. She could flip that switch. She could say, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play mommy, just to be in this relationship. But never forget that she's playing mommy. Okay. It's not until years have passed that she's actually bonded with that child. It is gonna take years for her to bond with that child as an individual before she's, cool with it, you know. And that's what that's about. Now, when it comes to men, um, I think the same thing applies. I think it takes years for them to bond with that child or children individually. Like it takes years to do that. Like it takes years to accept a child that's not yours. And I'm talking about relationship wise. I'm not talking about family structure. Like for instance, if um your sibling died in a car accident and you raise their children, that's different. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about relationships where you fall in love with this guy and he's got children. It's going to take years for that woman to develop a bond with those children and vice versa. So it goes both ways in that regard. you know there's, for some strange reason, men think that women are just going to accept that he has children, and trust and believe, she's not automatically like, oh, that's so cute, I'm in love. No, it takes a while for her to accept them. Just like it would take a while for him to accept her children if he chose to take on that task. Because it's a task. That's what I'm trying to explain. It's a task to take on somebody else's child or children. It's a task. And most men are not shy from vocalizing that they don't want to be bothered with that task. Women, not so much, because we're expected to be nurturers. So it's not cool for us to say, I ain't got no fucking kids. What you think this is? Don't be pushing your kid off on me. You know, it's not expected for a woman to have that attitude. Nonetheless, we're all human, and that does exist. So keep that in mind too.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, to sit up here and try to take in kids that are definitely not yours.
Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell to the no. Hell to the no.
That part.
Huh?
That part. Exactly.
That just ain't happening. And I don't approve of that either.
I remember that movie Cadillac Records when that blues singer was cheating. Like the woman he married couldn't have. She had a child when he married her, right? And then they got married, and he was screwing around, and eventually had a child with some woman who dropped the kid off with them, and she just accepted it. She just accepted it. You know.
Wait, she did what now? Hold on, she did what?
Okay, he met her and you know, was attracted to her even though she had a child already. She was a single mother. And she couldn't have any more children. I guess she got a tube side, I don't know. But so they still got married, and he was like, okay, you know, it's no problem. We don't need no more children, and we, you know, you already got a son, and it's all good. But he was, you know, the kind of guy that slept around, and he got a woman pregnant, and the woman they got pregnant, maybe she was a prostitute or something, I don't know, but the child wound up getting dropped off to their house, and he expected her to accept this child with the argument that I accepted your child. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
Ain't that crazy? That was in the movie Cadillac Records.
Okay. I've heard of that movie, but I didn't see it in its entirety.
Yeah, Beyonce was in it. And some other characters. But the story was well told. It was a, you know, try not to be prejudiced about it because Beyonce was in it. It was a pretty decent movie. Underrated, to say the least.
Mm-hmm. To just accept the child just because you accepted her biological child. Ain't that about some shit?
He turned it on it, didn't he?
That's why you got to be careful who you trust out here.
Well, you know, I don't know the dynamics of whether or not she had an attitude towards the child or not, but they definitely raised that child. They raised that child, you know, but that was the whole premise. Like, I accepted your child, and now I done brought home one, so this is what we doing. You know, so.
Yeah, that would be unacceptable for happening in real life.
That's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have another video to show. Okay, hold on. Okay, fair use.
I guess so. We all settle in different aspects, but I would say probably women settle more because of security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think women. I mean,
It's hard, honestly.
no, I don't think so. Cause I don't think women settle for anything.
What do you mean? There's a lot of people that will settle because this person either has he's rich, he has money, so they don't have to worry about anything. The man might not be the love of their life, but he can provide. A woman's whole thing is security.
Yeah, security, but how often they go and find that? Like a man, no, what a man looking for is more,
When I say the word settle, I'm not meaning like you go and you settle down, you're happy. It just means you're settling for the next best thing. You're settling because even though that's not what you really want, there's something you're gaining from it. I think that's what that person was asking or was stating. So it's like.
What you thought about that? You think women settle more?
Well, first of all, she is gorgeous beyond words. I wish I looked
Yeah.
like her. Okay. Second of
You
all,
don't?
I
Pretty
would
sure you look
say
better.
that her logic is very skewed. I guess that's the word I'm going to use, because based on her logic, what I interpret it as, if you can't have a Rolex, a Timex will do. And
Wow.
that's the way I interpreted what she was saying. If I can't have a Rolex, then a Timex will do, because they both tell time, and that's all I need. All I need, because see, you got your want, right? You want a Rolex, but you can only get a Timex. They both tell time, and that's what you need. So
Yeah. So
it's not to her it's settling, but it still serves the purpose. So what are we talking about with this thing settling? Like, because to me, settling is about lack. There's something lacking, but in her logic, it would appear that she just needs the provision. She just look, as long as he can provide, that's all that matters. Maybe he's not the love of my life, but all I need him to do is provide for me. So I'm cool with that. And that's her version of settling. And that's why I use the Rolex versus Timex analogy. Does that make sense?
yeah, it does make sense. Because based on what she was saying, that's kind of what sounds like she's looking for. She's looking for someone to provide. Like you said, she's not the guy that gives her butterflies, but at least he calls, he cares. So she'll probably settle for
He'll
him.
do, right. It'll do what I need it to do.
Yeah.
It's not a Rolex, but it'll do what I need it to do, which is tell time. So, I mean, that's her idea of settling. It's like, it's not the Rolex I've always wanted, but it does tell time. So I might as well, wear this.
Something like that, yeah. Okay. Let me know what you think of this one.
Back in the day, I had pretty low self-esteem. And because I didn't think highly of myself, I also figured that a successful, stable, intelligent, loving woman would have absolutely no interest in me. This, of course, was my own self-rejection projected out into the world, but that's how I thought back then. It's how I felt. And because I felt like I wasn't the fastest lion in the pride, so to speak, I kind of targeted the gazelles with a limp, if you understand my...
What'd you say?
I can't follow the video. It might be my Wi-Fi slowing down. The video didn't come across clear that time for me. Maybe my Wi-Fi is being interrupted. I don't know. Maybe my speed is altering. I was able to keep up with the other ones. I don't know why it's acting like this now.
Well, let me try it again. Let me see if it'll be better.
Back in the day, I had pretty low self-esteem. And because I didn't think highly of myself, I also figured that a successful, stable, intelligent, loving woman would have absolutely no interest in me. This, of course, was my own self-rejection projected out into the world, but that's how I thought back then. It's how I felt. And because I felt like I wasn't the fastest lion in the pride, so to speak, I kind of targeted the gazelles with a limp, if you understand my meaning. I went after women with obvious defects because I thought I was defective myself. And this basically translated into having low to no standards with respect to the character of the women I got involved with, which basically meant that I didn't care about anything else as long as she was hot. So that's the second reason why men end up in train wrecks. Their low self-esteem tells them that they don't deserve better.
Oh man, that is so poignant. And it goes both ways. Like a woman could have said that and it would apply. And he said it. And it's brilliant. Like, yeah, that breaks it down. That literally breaks that is so poignant and concise of reasons why people get into janky relationships, because their low self-esteem won't allow them to believe that they deserve someone that they want. Brilliant. In a nutshell.
It kind of made sense to me. So they start picking out people who have defects, kind of like what they have. And it's like this is the best they can do. Again, going back to
they won't even approach the women, right? They won't even approach the women that they want. The ones who aren't broken. They won't even approach women who they know aren't broken because they know that they are broken themselves. Man,
and
that's it in a nutshell.
Most of y'all don't want a broken man anyway. I was like that at one point. Or for females who have some sort of personality defect, because I had a personality defects of my own. And plus, women who have personality defects are way less judgmental towards other men who have personality defects. That's something I noticed over the years.
You better believe that.
I mean, a female who wants to be a free spirit is not going to judge a man who wants to be a free spirit. But a woman that wants a relationship, she gonna look at a free spirited man and be thinking, no, this ain't gonna work. Nuh-uh.
Now, we have to be realistic too. Now, let's talk about these women that have quote unquote hit the wall, or these men that are lumpy and yeah, like they're not really ideally attractive on a popular opinion poll. People have to be realistic about who they are. Like, you can't just say, let's put celebrities in this again. You can't say that you want a Beyonce if you aren't qualified for a Beyonce.
No.
You have to.
I mean, it's one thing to have a celebrity crush. You can have a celebrity crush, but damn, be honest and realistic with yourself.
That's my point. Be realistic. Like, you have to know what qualifications you're working with. I'm not gonna apply for the CEO of a tech company. I'm not gonna do that because I know better.
Yeah, you don't qualify for that.
Now there is a such thing as nepotism. I might be able to get in the door that way, but that's a miracle.
Nepotism. What's that?
Nepotism is when you're related to somebody in a position of power and they give you a job.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, nepotism. Like people who aren't qualified for the position, but they get it because that's their uncle or grandfather or
so that's what that's called. Okay, I know what you're talking about. That's what that's called.
It happens in politics all the time.
Yeah,
And really everywhere else in this capitalist society, nepotism, you know.
that's why they got figureheads. As in people who they're leaders, but they don't run it. But somebody else behind the scenes is controlling everything. They're just in a position of authority by title.
Yeah,
Kinda like
because
that.
they're related to whoever was in charge to get them there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, but that's tripped out, man. That's tripped out. You gotta know
yes.
what you gotta know what you're working with. Like you gotta know what you're working with. You gotta be realistic. I understand that having good self-esteem is important. However, you have to be, you know, realistic. You know, because there are people that, you know, that overreach, you know, they don't see any reason why somebody shouldn't want them for who they are when they're reaching for somebody that has someone else as their idea in mind. And you have to be okay with that. You have to be okay with the rejection. A lot of people can't take rejection. They just can't. So they don't understand that it's important not to set yourself up for rejection. And that's a delicate balance. It's like there's nothing wrong with being interested in somebody you want, but keep in mind there's a possibility that they don't want you. You always have to keep that in mind and be okay with that. I think they call it shooting your shot. You know,
Yep, that's what they call it
yeah,
now.
you can shoot your shot, but don't let it devastate you if, you know, it doesn't land. You know, and a lot of people have a hard time with that.
It ain't so much the rejection we don't like. It's whether it's just how the rejection is carried out. If you're not attracted to me and you're making false allegations for shooting my shot, that's why I have the problem. That's what a lot of men tend to have the problem.
Oh, what do you mean false allegations? Do you have an example? Not a personal example, but just hypothetically. What do you mean by like somebody rejects somebody?
Let's say you're walking down the street, minding your own business, and then a guy walks past you, and he just gives you a simple "hello, how you doing," or some variation of that. And the first thing you're thinking, oh, this guy's harassing me. This guy's going to start stalking me, and now you want to get police involved. I know it sounds silly, but that's what's happening nowadays in this woke culture. It's made dating in a conventional sense more difficult now.
Oh, okay. Like somebody on the job that's attracted to somebody, and then they go tell human resources.
That's another example.
Yeah, that's
and
messed up.
And the man didn't do anything wrong.
He just asked for your phone. He was like, "Look, I think we should date. I wouldn't, you know, I would hope that you would accept going out with me sometime." And then she was like, human resources. He asked me out on a date. But if she was attracted to him, you know, they be going out on that date. You know, so yeah, some people do overreact as a reject. Yeah. Instead of just saying, no, I'm not interested, they overreact. Okay, I get you.
Of course they do, and that's the main thing, and that's what's killing the dating market even as we speak. The constant overreactions that we get from women. I mean, and another thing we got to worry about is the possibility of being socially humiliated by social media. How many times have you been on dating profiles or whatever, and you see screenshots of text messages from other men that they got saved in their profile pictures? Who wants to see that? Come on. I'm not finna shoot my shot at you. We texting back and forth. I look on your, I don't know, Facebook or whatever, or your Twitter, and I see you got screenshots of our old text messages. You trying to show everybody up. I'm like, you I don't want to see that.
Yeah, I know somebody that refuses to have an authentic conversation privately with somebody because they've seen how ruthless and revealing they can be online. It's like, wait a minute, you a tattletale. Why should I believe that the minute that you get a hair up your butt about me, that you're not gonna reveal something I told you in confidence? You know, you know what I'm saying? Like if I told you I set a squirrel on fire as a child, and I piss you off, right? And I piss you off. It was like, you know, this bitch set a squirrel on fire when she was 9 years old. I'm like, what? I told you that in confidence. Now you got me out here looking like a psycho. Now that didn't happen, by the way. I never harmed an animal. I never harmed an animal.
I get it, but
I know
damn.
somebody that did, and I was like, when they told me that, I was like, you did what? You know, I just never looked at them the same again because that's a psychopath. It's like, you can reassure me that you're normal all you want to, but somebody that did that as a child is not normal. As an adult.
That is not normal.
As an adult. That's what I'm saying. You don't grow out of something like that. There's some issue with you. Something happened to you as a child, I would imagine. Like, who does that? I'm serious. Who does that? Now, I could see taunting an animal like, yeah, I threw rocks at a squirrel. I threw rocks at some birds. You know, okay, there's a little leeway. But when you tell me you did something like that, I'm like, no, there's something happened to you that made you do that. You don't just wake up at one day as a child and say, I think I want to set a squirrel on fire.
Wow.
Crazy. You know? Do you believe that? Do you believe that some people are just natural born killers?
Natural born killers? I don't know. I believe killers tend to be created. They go to something traumatic or whatever, then they turn into these psychos.
I thought so too, but it might be inherited because I saw this movie. Yes, another movie in reference, Kill Bill, right? And in Kill Bill, I don't know if you've heard of it. It's
I have.
Okay, so the woman, the child was with the father. She was hunting the father down to take revenge. But when she encountered them, the father explained to the mother that, did you know that our daughter took the goldfish out of the bowl and stepped on it? Just because, just to see what happened, and so what I'm saying is that it had me thinking that maybe some people are inherently, maybe there's some hereditary traits that are born through people. Because like you, I always thought something must have happened to traumatize them in childhood, so they're acting out. But I'm starting to wonder whether or not some people are born with certain quirks, But I'm not a professional psychoanalyst. I was just wondering, If you think that's possible, that's all.
I mean, I guess it can go either way. Some people go through traumatic stuff and then it happens, but then I guess others depend on your genetics or whatever. It may come from the bad genes of a family member or something. So maybe it can
Mm-hmm.
go either way.
So you believe in the genetics angle, that some people are born with the genetics of their predecessors to do things that are off-putting.
Yeah,
They're
to a
just
degree.
born. Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting thing to study if anybody ever wanted to take it up. I'm sure it's complicated because you got to study DNA strands and all this other kind of crap versus, nature versus nurture type of aspects. And, you know, I mean, unless you're going to make a career out of it, what's the point of really going too deep into it? You just got to roll the dice and hope that you didn't hook up with a psychopath, Like, and that's another thing. Do you think that psychological evaluation should be required before embarking upon a committed relationship? Now, I believe in medical testing. I believe that you better not have sex with somebody unless you have their current medical history, because you don't want to catch nothing that you can't get rid of. You know what I'm saying? And so I would suggest that for people, but I never thought about the psychological examination part of it. I think that married people, before they get married and stuff, I think a lot of divorces could be prevented if people knew about the psychological fitness of who they're going to attach themselves to. Like, do you have some certified documents detailing your psychological evaluation? Because otherwise
Yeah.
you rolling the dice. You don't know what you're getting. I think making an informed decision is very intelligent.
Yeah, well, at this rate, it may be necessary because maybe there's
I
a method
know.
to that madness.
An informed decision. Exactly. Like, before I call myself falling in love with this individual, I would like to have the materials and information needed to make a proper decision.
Yeah, in a perfect world, I would say yes. But
Yeah,
now you
but
can Google people, so does that count as anything?
that helps. I mean, you can find out whether or not they have a criminal record or other types of discrepancies. So that helps, but that doesn't reveal their quirks, you know, like a personality test would, you know. So some people think they're smart enough to, because I saw one of the videos that you had previously where the woman was saying, or rather the man was saying, it's an interview or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
dating is it's like it's an interview. And it's like, well, since it's an interview, not only would a background check be appropriate.
Question. I think, did I?
Oh, my bad. My bad.
A
Go
personality
ahead.
test might be called for as well. But yeah, fair use, everybody, fair use.
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to do that, but okay. Well, I guess I'll play it. Well, continue what you were saying first, then I'll play the next one.
I want to hear your thoughts about at what stage in being interested in somebody is it time to volunteer equally volunteer personal information like medical clearances, work history, whatever type of history, like when is it appropriate to reveal personal history with someone that you are interested in pairing with? Is it before you have sex or after? I think it should be before. But men
Yeah, I was
may
gonna
not
say that
agree
too.
with that. Like some men, they want what they want when they want it. And they're not trying to hear that, okay, we gotta go get this medical and exchange the results. We gotta go get this personality test and exchange the results. We gotta look up each other's background and compare the results. Like a lot of people, they want, see, that's the thing about passion. They want the passion, and passion knows no time. Passion is in the moment. And so that's
That's
when it
what I was
becomes
going.
complicated
That's what I was
because
gonna say.
passion is in the moment.
If the man ain't looking for no relationship or anything like that, they just want to get it in and get out. He don't care about no psychiatric evaluation at that point. He wants but if he wants a relationship or whatever, yeah, he gonna want psychiatric evaluation. So yeah, it depends on
After the
which
fact,
route
right?
y'all going.
After the
Yeah,
hotel. And it's like,
no
well,
telling how
baby, you
many.
feel so good. I want this psychiatric evaluation so we can get this rolling.
You know, they just trying to pump and dump, then no, they ain't gonna ask for that off rip.
But see, there are women that would say, hey, hold on. You trying to push up on me. I want to make sure this is gonna work out. But a man who is having this fire and desire, he's like, man, I'm moving on. I'm moving on. So that means he didn't want it in the first place. Like, is that what that means? Like he didn't, if he's not willing to wait for her to be comfortable, did he really want her or he just lusted for her?
Lusted for her in that case.
Exactly. And that's what these young girls and I guess young men in these instances too, that's what people need to know. If they're not willing to wait for you to be comfortable before you have sex, no matter what the stipulations are, then they don't want you. And I don't see anything wrong with that situation. And it could be anything. Now, if it comes with demands that are materialistic, that that's somebody that it's like, in order to prove that you're really interested in me, you have to buy me this or provide that, or that type of stuff. That's not cool. But I'm talking about, like, it'll make me more comfortable if you prove that you're not a felon. It'll make me more comfortable if you prove that you don't have any domestic violence history. Like,
and that's something.
It'll make me
women
more
only say.
comfortable if you prove that you don't have any children straying around out there that I don't know about. It's like, how do you prove that? How do you prove that you don't have any, hidden children? How does somebody prove that? I guess background checks, I guess.
Yeah. And as far as that old buy me this and buy me that, that's just something that women only say to men that they don't find attractive.
Mm-hmm.
I did a whole show on that. They make the alphas will get the goodies. If not off rip, they gonna get it sooner than later. But the betas gotta wait much, much, much later.
Yeah, they call it jumping through hoops, right? They
exactly
they
right.
make
So
people
you gotta
that
watch
they're
out
not.
for that too.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for that.
I mean, them same females telling men, "Oh no, I value myself. Oh no, I want you to wait a while." They'll be the same chicks giving it up to the Pookies and Ray Rays for little to nothing.
Not necessarily. There are some
Not
women.
all of them, but most of them.
There, believe it or not, there are some women that are not giving it up to Pookie and Ray Ray like that.
Say all of them.
It's just that, like, when a woman reaches a certain age, it's safe to assume that she's not a virgin, and so that argument can be used against her anyway, and that is when it becomes unbalanced. It's like to just, like, say you are interested in a woman that's 30 years old. It's safe to assume she's not a virgin, right?
Yep.
And so the argument, like when she's like, well, I have, I just want to be comfortable before we do it, and I just want to know this about you and that about you, and then in your mind you're thinking, well, I bet you didn't demand all these questions to be answered when you had sex with whoever you had sex with, because you 30, so you obviously had sex with somebody. It's so I think it's a setup type of it's prejudicial is what I'm trying to say. It's prejudicial. Yeah, because just because a woman more likely than not is of an age where she's most likely not a virgin, that doesn't mean that it is not prejudicial to insert that she has had low standards before you. You don't know what her standards were before you, unless she tells you. Now, if she tells you, oh yeah, I used to always be a one night stand, but now I want to change my life, and I think you're the one I want to change. You know what I'm saying?
Hell no. I ain't going for that
Crazy enough to
shit.
do that, then that's another situation.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they will change their standards when they reach a certain
There are some
point
people
where
that just talk too
they're
much.
not desirable. I had a chick tell me something like that one time. Like, I used to do this, I used to do that, but I'm trying to stop that. I'm like, oh my god, I'll mess with you, but I'm not gonna take you seriously.
Right.
You in your early 30s, you've been around the block with this guy, that guy. I'm like, okay, I'll deal with you. We can go out, smoke, drink, and have fun, but we ain't being in no relationship.
And you know what's really sad is that if you didn't know that, you would have taken her seriously. That's what's sad. Either you like her or you don't. Like it like either you like her or you don't. Like, say for instance, a person that has sex with you the first time y'all go out, right? And then automatically your mind is thinking, well, how many other first timers has she had? When actually what it's about, I'm not saying I've experienced this myself, but I know those who have, that were mistreated because she followed her passion. And it was like, he actually liked her, but he told my husband that, man, she would have been good to go if she wouldn't have let me hit it the first time. And I was, what? But
you know what?
her.
I kind of went through a similar situation where I took a woman out. We just went to a chain restaurant, went back to her place, did a little something, and after that, I didn't see the incentive to continue seeing her because I got what I wanted. When you give it up too damn easy, it's like, damn, what's the point? What's the point of continuing to chase and then look forward to anymore? So yeah, that can happen.
But okay, that's the same logic as when you bring a woman flowers, right? That she didn't ask for. She's gonna look at you. So is she supposed to look at you like a sucker, or is she supposed to think that, wow, you really want to impress me. You really want me. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's the same logic. It's like a woman that engages in her passion to express that she wants you is akin to a man that goes the extra mile when he doesn't know this woman from a hole in the wall. It's the same thing. Each one has the right to consider each other thirsty, right? Each other has the right to consider not to take them seriously, right? I think it's prejudicial. I think now it's not realistic, but I would like to believe that somebody is capable of being open-minded enough to believe that they're just that special. They're just that special. This is not a habit. This is not a pattern. You're just that special. And for people to think anything otherwise, they're being prejudicial. They're being, and I want to know where that prejudice comes from. Why is it that you don't, not you, Husky and Musk, not you specifically, I'm talking about as an example. Why is it that that individual refuses to believe that they're just that special, that they could have been anybody? Why is it that that's their default mentality? Where does that come from? As opposed to just, like, oh, he must do that for everybody because he thirsty, or she must do that for everybody because she thirsty. It's like, why can't you believe that you're just that unique, intriguing, desirable, and special?
I don't know. Maybe because our society has evolved to where
Society
certain
influence, right?
yes, it's evolved to where certain things like that are just not held to value anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, withholding sex from a man, it's just your way of saying I want to have sex, but not with you. I want to save myself from marriage, or I want sex, but just not with you specifically. We've evolved past that, so now the things that were of value, I don't know, 50, 60 years ago, they don't hold that value anymore.
And
There was a time when buying a woman flowers was the best way to show her affection. Go back to the 1960s, buying her a flower or a rose, that's how you showed affection. Do that in this day and age, nuh-uh, ain't happening. That just ain't happening now.
And that's so
It's changed.
yeah, that's awful. And unfortunate in so many ways because so many people miss out on passion with having all these prejudicial society influences clouding their judgment. But I guess it does save people too. It does save certain people. But for the most part, I think it's safer to err on the side of caution. It's safer for a man not to show his enthusiasm too quickly. It's safer for a woman not to show her enthusiasm too quickly. It's just safer. So, I can't be mad at it. I've just seen people who, through caution to the wind, become mistreated because they were misunderstood about their passion. I mean, they were convinced that this was the one, and why wait? And as it turns out, not waiting is what drove the nail in the coffin. So I don't know.
We've lost all value with those things. We've kind of lost value with those things as of lately. So,
and then here comes this concept of it was meant to be. People get caught up in that. Oh, it was meant to be. I met you at the grocery store. Like I could have met 100 other people. It's like, people do they disillusion themselves. I have to agree with you on that. People, um, you know, I don't know. It's complicated. That's why they call love a game. That's why love is a game because it's just it's a complicated game to play. You know, and this whole meant to be thing, I don't know if that's realistic. I mean, what's really meant to be? You know, I'm on the big screen. What's up with that? You getting ready for another video? I'd like to see it because I like the last one you just did. You hear me just talking and talking and talking.
My bad.
Nah, that's cool.
How'd I get kicked out of my own studio? Ah, man.
What are
How'd I
these
get booed out my own?
initials? Wait a minute. What's this symbol that you got for up here? Is that a symbol you designed yourself or
What symbol?
it's in the upper right hand corner? It's got your initials HNM,
Oh,
but I'm talking about the symbol around it with the C. I can't see the word
oh
underneath
no.
it.
It says H&M Productions,
Oh,
and I
Productions.
just found
Okay.
that. I just found that. I just Googled my initials and they popped up
Oh, okay.
in the image section.
So what made you come up with your name, Huscular and Muscular?
I guess. Well,
That's
without
what
I
it
was
is.
I was at work. I was at work starting my new job at the airport, and I guess I was in the break room flexing my muscles or whatever, showing out. Cause me and some of the crew were just exercising and getting the workouts in. My manager approached me. He was like, "Hey, son, put some hustle into those muscles." I'm like, "Hustle,
Oh,
muscle,
okay.
hustler, muscular, hustle." Okay, so hustler and muscular was born.
All right, that's cool. Now we have an origin story. We have a okay.
Why you call yourself Mela?
Actually, that's the second half of my actual name. And the two part came in because I lost the email password or something. Like I'm not technically, I'm not technically savvy. As a matter of fact, the whole thing started out with my son's YouTube channel from when he was a child. He must have been, he was a child and he was, trying to do little animations and graphic arts. And when he went away to university, I just started exploring online and I found out that I could save YouTube videos to my Facebook page, right? Like say I want to listen to a Luther Vandross greatest hits. I could take that YouTube video and put it on my Facebook page, to reference it later, right? And because I wasn't really into YouTube and and I was into Facebook. But as time went on, I found out that there are personalities and content on YouTube that interests me. And so I just started listening and listening and listening under my son's account. Didn't think nothing of it until I got introduced to this sector. And there was some really outrageous, abrasive personalities that caught my ear since I was in the empty nester stage of life. And I was just listening. And eventually I wound up being participating on a panel almost, several years ago. And the rest is history, is how I was under my son's account name, but that got changed. I guess because somebody hacked it. I don't know, but I wound up having to like I couldn't get back in it. and I wanted to get back in it. So I figured out how to get a Google account, and I used my whole name, like my government name for real. And I was, frolicking online like that. But then I started getting exposed, H&M, that people were doxing people, and people were finding out where they live and all this other kind of stuff. And I was like, oh my God, I gotta, somehow alter this name, this government name. And so I just shortened it. And then I was doing that for a while. And then something happened that infiltrated that Gmail account. So I shortened it the other way around, and that got infiltrated. And when I reinstituted a new one that I have now, that I've had for a while, I just put the 2 on it. It's like, instead of Mela, I just put Mela. I was going to say Mela Part 2, because that's basically what it is. It's like Mela Part 2. It's like I'm back.
I get it.
So that's the history of that. And this image, I don't know how to get rid of it to this day, because I used to have a gold coin, but this one is the cover of a book that was written by a psychoanalyst who gets psychoanalyzed herself. And the title of the book is called Maybe You Should Talk to Someone. And it's a box of tissues, because the woman was, she was exhausted listening to everybody's, cry on my shoulder stories. And it was, apparently it's a very interesting book, very popular book, but that's the cover of it. That image is the cover of a book. It's a box of tissues. And the title of the book is Maybe You Should Talk to Someone. And I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know how to, and like I said, I'm not technically savvy, so I don't know how to change the picture. I guess I could really dig into it and find out if I wanted to, but I'm a creature of habit. I'm just, I'm not going to sit up here and go through all that rigmarole when I know I'm not going to show my face. I know I'm not going to show my face, like, ever. And so.
Why? When you're going to sexy conversations with me and Swag and Melody, maybe.
Well, the whole thing is, you just really don't know how. I feel it's more of a secure feeling that no one can place the face. Okay, my voice apparently is distinctive. There are people that ask for me, right? There are people that ask for me, like. So my voice is distinctive, and I really just want to leave it at that.
All right. Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Oh damn, we at the 4 hour and 30 minute mark. I had more to show, but I gotta get ready to go to work in a few more hours. What's your final thoughts on settling?
Don't do it.
That ain't saying much, but okay, don't do it.
I've said a lot. We've been up here for a while. Yeah, and have a good rest of your day. Happy New Year, and I'm sure we'll run across each other again. And thank you so much for being gracious and understanding about my opinions and thoughts.
It's all right. You're always welcome on my show.
Have a great one.
You too.
Okay, later. Bye.
What a show. What a great show. Shout out to Mela. Got a lot to tell ya. One day, make me your number one fella. But yeah, this was an interesting show. My final thoughts as far as settling. Settling is something that I'm not going to say, well, as far as the good settling, yes, settle for the best option, the best of the bunch. But as far as the bad settling, no, don't settle for someone that you know is bottom of the barrel just because you're that desperate to have somebody. No, nobody should ever settle in that kind of manner. So I say if you're going to settle for someone, make sure that you're settling properly. Make sure that you're settling for someone that you know is going to do you right. That way you don't end up screwing yourself over in the end. Ish, I had so much to show, but I don't think we're going to get around to it today. But here's another one I can play just for the time being. Fair use.
Yo, the truth is, most men settle. Most men settle. Most men do not get the woman that they actually want. And that's my opinion, because when I'm around men, right, they could be married in a long-time relationship. Every time they're looking at a woman that they're like, oh my gosh, it's always a woman that looks nothing like the woman that he's with. It's always a completely different look. And it just goes to show, if they had things their way, they would be with someone like that. But they got someone like this and they settle because they like, well, look, this woman wants me. She does everything that, she does everything. She's a good partner. So I'm going to just stay with her. But deep down inside, if they had it their way, they would be with the women that they're fantasizing about. And that's just being honest. Think about it. Most of the men that are successful now and rich and famous and all that, they are not with the women they had when they were not as rich and successful. Now, it happens sometimes, but most of the time, these guys end up being with a completely different woman. It just goes to show, let's just say, if they continue to live that regular life, they probably would still be with that same woman. But due to the fact they came up, got more money, more options, they're not with that woman no more. You know why? Because the women that they fantasize about, they can actually get now. And they can get more than just that one they're fantasizing about, or that one that they can have a whole bunch of them. And that's why I say, man, like, it's just very rare that you go see a man that's actually with the woman he wants. Because if that was the woman he really wanted, he's not going to always cheat on her. He's not going to always be looking at all these different women and ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah. If he was with the woman he really wanted, he'll be completely satisfied. Now, some of you will say, that's not true, because dudes, they still be cheating with ugly, because when it comes to the freakiness, dudes don't care. They'll sleep with anything that's somewhat decent looking. I'm talking about like actually wanting to commit and just be with this woman and be crazy about this one woman. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about dudes who just cheat. I'm talking about dudes who be fantasizing about women that they actually want to be with, like, and just have to themselves. It's always a woman that's not the woman that they're with. It's rare that I see a dude being thirsty over a woman that looks like the woman he has. Never. It's always something completely different. I'm just saying, man.
Well, I hate to say it, but there is some truth to that. It ain't just women that do this kind of shit. Yes, men are just as guilty. A man will settle for a woman that he was never really attracted to, but hell, since she's a good woman, he figured, well, I don't want to be single. I don't want to be by myself for the rest of my life. I'm just going to take this chick for whatever she's worth. Even if she's not the hottest or the baddest, it's better than nothing. But as soon as that man get his money right, he going to wish he never met that chick. But then again, you got to think about it like this. The average chick that he settled for, she may be the best thing going for him because she ain't out here running the streets. She's not into him for his money. And when he finally get his money right, she may, if he's lucky, still stick around with him. She may do that. But this guy may be too stubborn to understand that because she's not the one that he originally wanted. So yeah, you're settling for someone that you never wanted when you were down bad or whatever, when you were younger. Don't think that that's going to change up when you finally get the person. You still going to feel some kind of way, like repulsed by said person. So no, that's, again, let's go back to the bad kind of settling. That's not something you want to do. So my final thoughts is don't settle in a bad way. Otherwise, you'll be in a situation kind of like what this guy just described. Dealing with someone that you never really wanted initially, but you're just settling for because it's the best you can do. And because, heck, this person may be more reliable. Before I close out, let me just get one more. Let me just play another video. Shout out to Andrew Tate for this
one.
Very
attractive 45-year-old woman. She's gorgeous. But a gorgeous 19-year-old walks in. Look at that 45-year-old woman's face. This is why you'll see a woman who's a bit older go, oh, you know, I really want monogamy. What she's scared of is her dude getting a 21-year-old. She may not know it. She may not say it. Basically, that's what the truth is. Because she knows the 21-year-old is going to be more desirable, higher status, more fertile. That's what she's scared of.
Yep. Put a 21-year-old in the same room as a 31-year-old is night and day. Yep. She's going to definitely worry about that because she doesn't want to lose her man to some younger woman that's probably more fertile. And all she did was settle for this. And all he did was just settle for her because, hell, he's trying to date within his own age range. That's what happens when you settle. Now you got to live in fear of this person losing interest in you and going with somebody else. Okay, my last video of the day.
Leonardo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street, his first girlfriend, she was loyal. Even when he went through hard times, she was there with him. She was encouraging him to get in some kind of stock business. She wasn't the hottest, but she was loyal. She was down for him. He got famous, he got money, and then he got the beauty queen. The beauty queen saw the house, the parties, the car. She was with him then, but as soon as things went left, what did she do? She took the kids and left. She told him she don't love him no more. I'ma always pick the first girl. As long as I'm attracted to her. If she's overall a better woman for me, I'm picking her. Because I know female nature. And that woman in that movie was female nature 101. Pick the woman that is overall better for you.
And that's a good point. Same thing here. He wanted the average chick when he didn't have much of anything, but when he got his money right and became famous, he ditched her for the bad chick. But when he got with the bad chick, things when shit went left, now she's going and now she's also going left and took the kids away. We gotta do better, people. Stop settling for the stop going out here settling, thinking we can just do better. If Leonardo DiCaprio had stayed with that first chick that he settled for, he'd be in a much better predicament. Sometimes the people that we settle for are the best people for us. But I also have to understand that sometimes the people that you settle for may be the best maybe the best thing going for you. And but on the contrary, sometimes the people you want are people that you're better off without. That's the bottom line. So you can't just settle for just anybody. I don't believe settling is going to work. But anyway, that's my final thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my last and final stream for the year 2023. I'm going to go into 2024 with a bang. I'll have more topics to talk about, more stuff to get out there, more to bring to the table. Just want to say shout out to, shout out to Cynical Unpredictable. You're always at your pentacle. And shout out to Lady Di and Sir James for offering their support. Shout out to Lady Di and Sir James for offering their support. And shout out to my newfound homegirl, Mela. Got a lot to tell ya. I want to make you my number one fella. So thanks for tuning into my stream, and I will see everybody in the year 2024. This is Hustler and Muscular, also known as H&M, dropping gems, stomping harder than a pair of Timbs. I'm out of here, y'all. Deuces!
Yeah, 12 more days of locking, 10 more nights of shopping. Ain't no way we stopping, got 6 more for extra options. 4 more on my wish list, 2 more days of Christmas. 1 night with the family, and then we're back again.
Yeah, in the big mall, we shopping, whatever we bought, we cop
shopping. Around the Christmas tree, we rocking. Call the fam up, what's poppin'? Call the fam up, we linkin'. Pour the eggnog, we drinking. We sliding, we swinging. We riding on the Slayton. Even in that snow, we gon' switch some lanes. Gliding like Rudolph is my name. Golden icicles all on my chain. My baby sweet as a candy cane. Let's get in some things. My Christmas playlist, it bang. I'm about this, ain't really no shame. Same thing every year, never gonna change.
12 more days of locking, 10 more nights of shopping. Ain't no way we stopping, got 6 more for extra options. 4 more on my wish list, 2 more days of Christmas. 1 night with the family, and then we're back to, and then we're back to business. Back to, and then we, 4 more on my wish list. 2 more days to Christmas, 1 night with the family, and then we're back to. I'm in my bag, she gonna slay. Hop in the back, show you the way. Cover the sky, under the moon, lower the lights, over LA. Feel like a miracle, loaded up, here we go. Yeah, I got a messy flow, sprinkling mistletoe. Whoa, bad Santa, late night dasher. My Dixon, ain't no dancer. My Cupid, got no arrows, I'm just a winter hero. Presents run a tree, kids calling me the GOAT. Belly blowing up my head like Macy Day Parade floats. 12 more days of locking, 10 more nights of shopping. Ain't no way we stopping, got 6 more for extra options. 4 more on my wish list, 2 more days of Christmas. 1 night with the family, and then we're back to, and then we're back to business. Back to, and then we, 4 more on my wish list, 2 more days to Christmas. 1 night with the family, and then we're back to